Hello, hello. Shoggoth Unknown here. Welcome to Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Just getting right into it. Today is the 2nd of April, 2023, local time 10:17, and this is a work of fiction.
Do you read? Shit. Comms are down.
This is what you see right when you boot up the game, so hopefully things are good. It is no nation we inhabit, but a language. Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland. Emil Cioran, Romanian philosopher. Just another day in a war without end. Told you. Outer Heaven. Dude, when I first played this game, when it first launched, I lost my shit. It's like, whoa, Outer Heaven, what? From the man who sold the world. I like the pills and stuff just sitting there, like, what is all this? He's playing the tape. Alrighty. Funami time.
We passed up on the stair. We spoke of was and when. Although I wasn't there.
Can't see.
He said
It's like me without my contacts.
which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes.
So we're just gonna sit here for a little bit. I deleted my saves, and that's why I was saying I hope everything's good. It looks like it is. I deleted them, and then I tested this intro. I quit the game. I deleted them again. I booted it, and that's what we're seeing now. But right before I clicked over and actually, showed the game and stuff, it said save is corrupted, reverting to previous save. I was like, what previous save? I just deleted them. So I hope everything's good. It looks like it is. We got this song here that I had never heard in my life, but apparently everybody else has heard before. This song meant nothing to me. It's The Man Who Sold the World. I guess it's a David Bowie song, but I've only heard, even counting this, 4 David Bowie songs ever. It's not really my kind of music. And I think this is actually a cover of it. Hello. Whoa. Beavis and Butthead jokes kick in. You can, still look around a little bit. But nothing much really happens here. Is that, old school? It's not an EKG, it doesn't look like. Maybe it is. It's weird. If I put the mouse there, it automatically, scoots back from the edge. Yeah, it does that on all the edges. I thought it was going to make me pick another couple of options. It kicked in a little bit quicker than I thought. Last time it made me pick, my language and stuff. Oh, she heard. Hello.
Kibek chcemy?
Bye.
V has come to.
has come to.
Alrighty. So, I mentioned this yesterday. When I said this is what, by the way, when I said this is what you get when you start the game, I really mean it. That's pre-title screen. I don't think you can even skip that, because I tried to when I tested things a few minutes ago. So that's like pre-title screen. And I mentioned this yesterday, the Phantom Pain, this was cool. This was one of the things where the internet detectives went wild. If you get rid of the Metal Gear Solid 5 or V text and just leave all the white text there, that's how they presented the Phantom Pain at first. And it was under a fictional studio like Moby Dick Studios or something. And it was just called the Phantom Pain, and no one knew that it was a Metal Gear Solid game initially. But they left that cutout there to like tease it, and people very quickly figured out if you put Metal Gear Solid there, it lines up perfectly. So it was a very interesting little internet detective moment. I love that stuff. There's a lot of cool cases of that online. It's wild, the things people are able to figure out. So because I deleted everything, I'm going to go into the options and stuff here. Subtitle, we're going to say on. It was foreign only, but we're going to say on. Everything else there I'm happy with. Sound settings, we'll probably just leave them. What is this? Oh, okay. Ooh, that's good to know. I might turn that off at times. For a very specific reason we can talk about. No chicken hat. Reflex mode is okay. Oh, Metal Gear Online, right. Did they add that later? I don't think that was in the initial launch. Was it? I don't even remember. Oh no, it was. Yeah, it was in the initial launch. I remember now. I just didn't play much of it. Alright, yeah, sorry we had to go through the options stuff here. But I don't really have an option if I wanted to start with the authentic experience. I got a 3090, we can turn all this stuff up. Even on my 2080 Ti, like, even on my 1080, I think I was able to pretty much max this out with no issues. Alright, we're gonna go keyboard. I do have a controller plugged in. It shouldn't interfere with anything, but I've noticed some of the prompts, like you can see right now it's escape and G, but I noticed during my other test, my test earlier, it was showing joysticks at times. But it shouldn't matter. It's sitting flat. It's not like tilting any sticks or anything right now, so it shouldn't hurt anything. I think we're good to go there. All right. Yeah. Let me go ahead and turn my speakers off, and we'll get into this. So I will say a little bit of context or whatever. I mentioned this yesterday during Ground Zeroes, but I get really nostalgic, sentimental, whatever, about different things, and this is one of those. When I first started streaming on this channel by this name, all that, in October of 2020, I started this game pretty early on, maybe within the first week or two. And it's really taking me back to that, you know, that mindset or whatever. And I was also playing it alongside with my buddy Captain Copperbeard, like a real-life friend who I've known for a long time. Like 17 years now, maybe. I mean, that was in 2020, so take a couple of years off, but at that time at least. He was also playing it along with me, and we would jump in a call together, and it was kind of like a co-op stream, even though the game is not co-op. We even had like a multi-stream link, which if you don't know what multi-stream is, it's a thing where you can put in multiple Twitch URLs. I wonder if it supports like YouTube and stuff now. I've never tried that, but you can put in multiple Twitch URLs, and it gives you like a split screen view. You can do different like split screens and stuff. You can view both of the chats at the same time, or just one chat, or, you know, and usually you'll want to mute one and just listen to the other, especially if, in like our case, where, you know, we are both talking over each other's stream, so you could hear both of us through the call, you know. So it was like, it was really nice to be able to do that. Like, we had a cool setup going for that, where people could watch both, and it was a good time back then. Like, we had we had a pretty nice set of people who were there like every session and hanging out and stuff. It was a great time. So it is a little sentimental and nostalgic, even though it's only been a couple of years, like 2.5 years. It's really taken me back to a very positive, fun time, you know. This was the reason, this was the game that made me replay all the other Metal Gear Solid games and play Peace Walker for the first time. This was the one that did it. I really wanted to replay this game. And so here we are. We're finally getting started with it. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I am going to do one thing. It's going to there's going to be a little bit of a cut on the video if you're watching this on YouTube. And there's a reason for it. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch to the BRB screen in just a few moments before something pops up for privacy reasons. And I'll explain once we get there. It'll make sense. I don't really have to explain much, but you'll understand. So yeah, I am ready to get into this. I don't think there's anything else I wanted to say at the moment. Actually, I will just say, again, it was a bit of a weird start because last time I started, it made me pick language and stuff, and I was going to set that up and be ready. That way I could come in and be on the last, like, press enter to continue section, and then we start after I do my intro. But it was like, all right, we're just into it. All right, let's get moving. So yeah, that was it. And I mentioned before, though, the Outer Heaven thing just blew my mind. I don't think when I originally played this that I knew as much about Peace Walker as I did. Like, as I went through this game, I went back and learned more about Peace Walker and watched a playthrough of it. But right away, I didn't know that, you know, they had been building Outer Heaven in Peace Walker. So, because they don't even mention Outer Heaven in any of the tapes in Ground Zeroes. I don't, like, we just listened to them yesterday. I don't think Outer Heaven itself is mentioned once. So to see that name pop up here, I was like, whoa, this is the first time it's appeared, because I didn't know enough about Peace Walker. That really, like, blew my mind. And then what it really said to me was, this is the Outer Heaven that we go into in Metal Gear, right? The very first game in, like, 87, whenever it came out, right? The setting of the game was in 95. That's, you know, that's what it was telling to me, like, whoa, we're seeing the Outer Heaven now before Metal Gear. That's awesome. Like, that's why it blew my mind. And just that little line, just another day in a war without end, Outer Heaven. Like, that just crazy. I love it. Love it. What a hell of a line. Like, for someone who's been a fan of the franchise since the 90s, since Metal Gear Solid came out, to see that pop up was like, holy shit, right? Okay, let's begin for real. Again, I'm going to hit BRB in a few moments. It'll make sense. And that does pause my recording, so there'll be a little blip on the video, but it won't be a big deal. Three days after Awakening.
Who is me?
And we got our prologue, Awakening.
Who is me? Can you hear me?
No.
Are you having difficulty speaking?
No.
Can you move your head?
No.
Just nod.
No.
If you can hear me.
See, it says right stick, but I'm actually using the mouse. Blasphemy.
Look up, please.
Up? Okay. Oh, wait, that's not up. It actually reset my... did it invert my mouse?
Please follow my instructions.
I was pressing up just there and it wasn't moving up. Okay, no, we're good now. I thought I broke it.
Very good. How do you feel now? Can you speak?
No. Alright, scene switch is coming up.
What is your name?
When were you born? Can you recall?
Alrighty, here we are. There we go. So this is the reason. For some reason, even after deleting my save data, it still had my actual name there. And I just wanted to make sure I could switch that over. So we're good. Alrighty. Everything's fine.
Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
That heart rate shot up.
Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Protiseme. Try not to panic. Now. You'll be all right.
That sedative is quick. Wonder what that is, if it really would work that fast in an IV. That seems too quick. But it is an IV.
How do you feel?
From the wreckage, but have stated that the reason for the crash was an as yet inexplicable fire in mid-flight. The search has ended with a confirmed death toll of 94 and another 30.
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed.
Appears to have been the withdrawal of
Nurse.
Soviet Army support, and sources suggest this may be part of a cover-up.
Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS.
Multiple NATO countries have
Now, I need to explain something to you, but you mustn't be alarmed.
they note that their own citizens were among
9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is of your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosocoma! Grigor! Try to calm down! Calm down! Please! Calm down! It's gonna be okay! Yes, yes! Calm down!
I will say, I find it interesting that it's been a whole week and he hasn't noticed that yet.
Yes.
I wonder how realistic that is in a case like this. I mean, waking up after a 9-year coma, there's probably a lot of cognitive stuff going on that's he's still not all there.
Άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε τον για εγχείρηση. Πιστέψτε true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world up there, so there's something we need to take care of first. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however.
Yeah, this is why I was like, oh wait, of course. Of course online was here back when it launched, because I forgot about this. I mean, I'm almost fine with this. I don't really do too much on character creation stuff. I'm gonna do that. Gotta give him the full beard. Give him a darker beard. Brow. I forgot how many options there actually are. Yeah, go for it. Alright, let's look at eyes real quick. I was on 5. I kind of like 1. We'll change the color. Oh, I forgot you could do heterochromia. Nose. Give him more of a concave one, maybe. Yeah, we'll give him that one right there. Probably not going to use this anyway. Like I said, I don't really plan on doing much online, if any. Do I really need reset on this? Nah, we're good. We give him some lipstick. I wouldn't be surprised if you can. I don't like the character creator does have a lot. Oh, some of those got a little funky. Character creator has a decent amount of options, but it does kind of rein you in a little bit on more realistic stuff. Yeah, that looks good. Go with the light one. It's kind of a facsimile of me, but not super accurate because I don't care that much. Yeah, this is where the realism goes out the window, though, because you could do this stuff. I mean, corpse paint, face paint, whatever is realistic, but you could just kind of go a little goofy with some of these. Like, that's just Vulcan Raven, right? That's one way to alter your appearance, though, right? Yeah, let's just give you face tattoos. Turn you into Post Malone or whatever, right? Yeah, he has face tattoos. Alright, let's go. It's good enough for me. Yeah, like I said, I completely forgot about this for a moment. I was like, oh yeah, of course. How much... I know I tried online here. I played Metal Gear Online for Metal Gear Solid 4, and I had a lot of fun with it back in the day. I remember doing a little bit on this game, but not too much. I mean, it's cool that it's a thing, but I don't know, like, my thoughts and my preferences on multiplayer games have changed a lot since the original Metal Gear Online with 4. I kind of got less interested in competitive gaming. But this is a cool kind of competitive game. One quick aside, one of the most fun times I've had with any game ever competitive was Spies versus Mercs in Splinter Cell. I love that asymmetrical multiplayer like that. I could probably still play some of those and have fun with them. All right, let's go. We gotta get done with the intro one day. If I just sit there and talk about other things, we'll never finish. I almost want to raise my green screen because I'm noticing some artifacting, like right there, right where I'm pointing. See it?
Very good. Now let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
Very just like, here's some pictures.
This is
There you are.
as you've lived until this day.
They moved it off of his eye.
Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
Or you really just sat there and watched this happen though? Yeah, so this happened before we could do the face change.
Not yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course. Consider it done.
No, that doctor was strapped though. It's a little babby pistol, but he was still strapped. Yo, this dude came in swinging though. Extra crispy. I know it's like chemical, because yeah, that bottle. I don't know if stop, drop, and roll really fixed that, but she should have been doing something more than just crawling towards us. She gone. Bye.
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down. Who are you? Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael. What the hell is going on? Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? Whole world wants you dead.
Ahab and Ishmael.
Soldier, the whole place is coming down. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game. Come on!
See, I'm uncultured, so I never knew this before, but Ahab and Ishmael is a Moby Dick reference. You remember I said this game originally launched March 11th, 84, by the way. This game originally was announced as The Phantom Pain by Moby Dick Studios. And now they're using the names Ahab and Ishmael.
We're getting out of here. Move it.
I know there's a Mastodon album about Moby Dick, and they make an Ahab reference, but I kind of forgot about the album because I never got super into Mastodon.
Let's take the stairs.
Well, you think I can take the stairs right now? I can't even walk. You don't want to like help me out or anything? You just like, just deal with it? Question right now is, who is Ishmael? Is he even real, right? Like, he seemed to have injected us with something. He seemed to have helped that fight that woman, but he also said we're talking to ourselves. So is it just like a figment of our imagination? And we were actually the one doing things? Dude, you're just knocking everything over.
We better take the elevator.
Hit the railing. One thing is, you can see his butt crack. It's a little dark right now, but...
What the hell is that? Something's coming.
Cool. You just gonna sit here? Satan walking down the hallway? Turns out Satan is weak against water sprinklers. Back where we came from. Oh, yeah, we jacked our arm up because we flew back and landed on it, right?
Calm down. You can do this.
flopping like a fish out of water. Well, starting to get up a little bit.
Drugs kicked in? Good, let's hurry.
I like that. He's kind of holding the arm with the hook.
Hold up, let's fix this. Next time, do it yourself. It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy. Over there.
I like how they played the low health sound effect during that. It's an interesting pseudo tutorial mechanic, I guess. I don't know if a new player would recognize that, however.
Let's go.
I'm trying to move. Let's go.
This way, hurry. Keep your head down.
Follow the ass crack. Dude, I can't move. There we go. That'd be a great, like, tutorial prompt right now. Follow the ass crack.
Help me, please.
No hesitation. Yeah, this dude's cold. This dude's cold. Pretty sure this dude would have bled out anyway, but, you know, why not finish him? Oh, I could spin all the way. Oh, damn, I could turn way back. That's as far as it goes.
Let's move.
I do want to change something.
Help me.
Where'd you come from?
I want to die.
See, I'm wondering how they didn't notice that I was here. Because he was grabbing onto me. How did they not notice that he was actually holding something? Yeah, let me make a quick change on the brightness. Yeah. So, Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm on 0. So for me, they both show up fine. I'm assuming they look fine on the stream. But I do feel like some things are a little dark. I'm going to go back to the default and see how that looks. No, just say, I think 5 was the default. I could still see both of them. You know, things are a little, maybe a little washed out. Okay, yeah, let's go back. Let's go to like 2. Oh, I can't get up. It'll happen automatically. Oh, I'm sure they're gonna help. Bruh. Dude, they just don't care.
Time to walk. Press the stance button to stand up.
Thanks, tutorial man.
Don't get caught in those searchlights.
So if I press escape right there, it actually... I think that confused some people before. But down here is the tutorial on taking cover. So approach an obstacle. You'll just automatically do it. Whenever you're in cover, you can move along the obstacle. Also press V to zoom the camera. See, it's like left stick and V.
Here they come. Hurry.
I've seen people get caught there. They'll just shoot you like they did those people. You die. Rip. They really came prepared.
Move. Go.
Like an oxyacetylene torch or something there. You whispering at us? There's dudes down there.
Shit. It's ugly down there. Turn back.
Πάμε γρήγορα. Come on.
Σας παρακαλώ, τι συμβαίνει? Δεν βλέπω τίποτα.
Δεν μιλάει κανένας, θα μας σκοτώσουνε.
Ναι, τον είδα πριν λίγο.
What's happening out there?
It's all right. We'll be okay.
I can't see what's happening.
Sorry about that, I'm in control, but I was raising the green screen. I thought I was gonna keep playing. Yeah, it looks better now. No more artifacty. I don't think it's that big of a deal per se, but, you know, whatever. Follow the ass crack.
What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Do you hear them coming?
Zoom in on the ass crack. Final Fantasy X be like. He gone. Rip ass crack. Never mind. He not gone. Yeah, why are you moving forward? The light was there. I feel like he does react to some things very slowly at times. They're really just going bed to bed. Feet picks. He really waited for us. He saw us, he was just like, I'll wait. They're trying. What's the zoom in on his head for? Hi. I can't move yet, by the way.
Anything? Negative. He came in here. Keep looking. This way. This way.
No, I was playing with the physics.
We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl.
Oh, I'm great at that, as you saw in the first, like, 8 minutes.
If you move, we're done for. Play dead.
Alright, we just sit here. They'll never suspect a thing. Yeah, that's a little overkill, dude. Did he just pull out a recoilless rifle? We shot all the bodies on our side. You shot all the ones on your side, right? Yep. Definitely didn't miss these in the middle. Wouldn't be a Metal Gear Solid game without someone pissing themselves, right? Ah, he didn't really. Dude, don't. That's how they find you, dude. Don't. See that, how they're hesitating though, right? He waited. If they're coming after me, then like they're like, hey, that's him, boom, he's done, right? Nope. Satan came to our rescue though, it's okay. Bye. I think someone just said shit, but it sounded almost like Satan to me. Rip. We're gonna lighten them up. Still doesn't care. He just turned into Vegeta, right? Just off to the side, boom! Like Majin Vegeta when he's in the stadium. Majin. Little pea shooter isn't gonna do shit to that dude. However, we know his weakness. Huh? What was that? My weakness. Omae wa mou shinderu. Oh, he loves it. Look at the color got all weird. So that's, the blood is like blue or gray or whatever, right? Even the blood on his body. Color got all funky. Actually, even, yeah, look at the fire. Fire's all funky looking. Sensitivity's wild.
We'll have to take the stairs down.
Bro, you're on point. You got a gun. I don't. So he can't just be a figment. Well, I mean, I guess he kind of could, but he shot the sprinkler and stuff. It's just that you're talking to yourself thing is really odd, you know. It could be that we have the gun and we're actually the one that shot, but we're crazy right now. We just woke up from a 9-year coma. Oh, there's dudes there. That's not him. Nice. Thanks. Not again.
the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
I'm trying. You're not letting me aim. There we go. Dude, I can't. I was trying to switch shoulder. Actually, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to actually shoot. It doesn't matter. You're pretty good. Because you do get rated on kills and stuff, but it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. Eventually, though, he would have shot him for us. Follow the ass crack.
I'll run interference.
This man really just did that. Just did a Max Payne dive, too. And now he's gone. They don't know where he went. Alrighty, how do I want to do this? I think I can go around this way. Yeah. Damn it. This is not going well. I've normally taken the route on the other side too, so this is throwing me off. Which now I'm gonna go this way. Alright. This is not working out. Hey, you executed all these random people. Is it such a big deal if I execute you? No. I've done this without being spotted. I've played this a handful of times. And I've watched it a bunch, just from watching playthroughs of the game over the years. That's probably one of the worst runs I've had. We didn't comment on this before, but if you're anything like me, the first time I played this, all I could think about was Psycho Mantis. We got the gas mask. He's like floating around and stuff. He seems to be using telekinesis to throw things around. Oh God. What now? Yep, it's Satan. Leave us alone. He does the, is it Michael Myers Halloween? He does that walk where he just walks slowly. He's not in any rush to do anything. So he's soaking up the bullets as they hit him. And then he just explodes and shoots him back. Sucks to be those guys. Hi. I would like to leave.
Move in! Go, go, go!
How's this for an intro? That's, you know, it's a pretty wild intro so far. He said, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Okay, never mind. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright now. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. They're just gonna go at it for a bit. No, we are saying fuck this shit, I'm out. Rip again. Is that going to be another 9 years now? Nine years later. Wait, this place is still on fire. So I guess that APC slash tank slash whatever just disintegrated. I can't shoot. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we ran out of ammo.
Get in!
I forgot you were supposed to shoot there. think it matters either way, but I was just like watching, like, all right. Never forget your seatbelt, kids. I have to say they're really very lucky that all that shrapnel stuff he just fired off didn't do anything. Also, dude, watch the road. Bro, watch the road. Jesus Christ. He just threw a fire truck at us. Oh, he's out. Dude, you watch the road too. Don't be looking behind. I don't care what's going on back there, dude. It's not gonna do you any good. Oh, rip. I think he put a seatbelt on. And that's another coma now, right? He's just gone. March 11th still. Oof. It's a powerful seatbelt. See, why are they hesitating to fire? They haven't hesitated on anything yet, except... That's a fire whale! If you're anything like me right now, you're saying, what the fuck? And there's a Pegasus! Is it Pegasus? Is it Pegasus? Is he I think so. It's a fire unicorn.
Get on! I'm on your side! Hurry!
Yeah, you got fire unicorn Pegasus bro coming after you. You better take what you can get.
Use this. Watch our backs. Shoot it.
Okay, switching. Press V. Okay. Bruh. Alright, get a couple reloads in. That didn't even give me a chance to counter before it happened. Back from the dead, huh? I can't turn any more left or I will.
You get him?
Of course. All it took were just a few shotgun shots. No, of course not. If that APC tank thing couldn't stop him, come on. I know. Almost out of ammo, too. Like a boss. A big boss. Lightning? Really? This intro is just bonkers. It's so wild. And there we go. The prologue is done. See, I took 2 hits. I lost a little bit. I didn't get the no kills points, obviously, but I still got an S rank. So this game, S is still doable with kills. It's not that difficult per se. But yeah, that just straight up took 56:38, almost an hour. And yeah, it starts off a little slow, but it's a wild intro. I think the pacing on that is great because it ramps up more and more and more. It's good stuff. Before we continue, I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick. This water's hitting me. So I will be right back. Then we'll continue. That way I don't got to be worrying about it as we press onward. Alrighty, let us continue. Heroism. I don't know if that's just based on your rank or if other factors, like could we have gotten more than 1600 if I didn't kill or whatever? I don't know. That's back, like that's Peace Walker mechanic right there, heroism. That horse is like, I'm out now. Oh no, he's chilling. Oh my god, really? I guess we are lucky it started raining though. Oh, he's just watching.
Come on.
Wait, were they both on there? Was the Psycho Menace dude on there too? On the horse? On the front? Kind of looked... I've never noticed that before. I'm gonna say we don't have any identification one way or another, but anyone who's played the series is probably going to be saying Psycho Menace right now. That's what I was saying.
The name's Ocelot. Big boss. You know who I am.
Yeah.
A certain man gave me a job to do. 2, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself. You remember? Your partner 9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller. 9 years back, your private army came under attack by Cypher. You were considered dead. Until today, that is, when Cypher found you. And it's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Miller. Build that private army of yours one more time. It's your only chance. First, we need to save Miller. He's in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan.
Dude, I'm gonna fall. Stop that.
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma?
5 years ago,
ago,
4,
the
yeah.
Soviets invaded Afghanistan. The Muslims are fighting back with Western support. Miller was training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured by the Soviets. The Reds' 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000. The squad holding Miller set off near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. They'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil. I give him 2 weeks. The job didn't mean anything to Miller. He only took it on to keep you safe. Well, there's our ride. It's a whaling ship. Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising a stink. Now it's 7 days to Port Qasim, another 3 overland. So we won't have much time once we're there. Don't take too long getting used to your new self. Hang on.
Very appropriate whaling ship. Music, though. What a hell of an intro, man. It's a shame the rest of the game is dog shit. All right, we're done now. I'm joking. Yeah, with all the Moby Dick references and stuff, it's very apropos that it is a whaling ship. Chapter 1, Revenge. Cool. So we were in Cyprus. And we need to get over to Afghanistan. Always struggling. God, this game looks so good. Was it 2015? It still looks great. Ocelot's briefing, the man on fire, and a music tape. Vehicles can now be customized. Well, thank you for spoiling that we... Come on. We don't have vehicles. We just started the game, bro. I hate when games do that. It doesn't bother me because I've played it before, but I would hate that if it did that on like a first playthrough. And maybe it did. I don't really remember the very first playthrough, but a lot has changed on the game. There's like all these additional patches and like DLC kind of things and stuff. A lot of it's for Metal Gear Online, I know, but like when I booted the game earlier, I had to click through a bunch of like, you now have this and this and this and that. You know, so it's stuff like that that I hate when you launch a game and it spoils stuff by popping up a bunch of stuff early. Episode 1, Phantom Limbs. They talk about that in game, but I might talk about it a little bit because that's a real concept, a phantom limb and phantom pain. March 21st, 1984, Northern Kabul, Afghanistan.
The area ahead is under total Soviet control. Miller's been captive for 10 days. Not much time left.
Weather will clear shortly.
Storm's passing.
We didn't really talk about the iDroid in Ground Zeroes yesterday, but we just saw it again there with Ocelot. What is this technology? They had it 9 years ago. Even now in the 80s, what is this technology, right? Why do you make him work for it so much?
Getting used to it?
It's got all the fingers now. I don't know if you noticed in the other scene, it was missing a pinky. God, it really does look so good.
After 9 years on ice, solo infiltration of the Soviet main ground forces.
JF Ray Eyewear.
Should be the perfect warm-up.
We're playing now.
Hira Miller is being held in Dawandehar to the north. Check its location now. Take out your iDroid. You see Wandy on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first priority.
Okay.
Marker placed.
We're here.
Go ahead and close the iDroid.
Wilo Village.
Got your binoculars? Or should I say your int scope? See the village? Straight ahead?
Oh, V changes zoom. I forgot about that.
That's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it. That's Violo Village. The Violo Calais. The villagers fled the war and evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets' 40th Army. A few days ago, Miller was taken through there, en route towards Dawandehar. You may be able to pick up the trail there. It's worth a shot. Put a marker on it so you don't lose track of where it is.
Yeah, what's the button? I'll just click.
Target, boss. Use your binoculars to focus in on Davialo Calais village and mark it.
Marker placed.
Now
Okay.
you won't have to worry about getting lost along the way.
I feel like that was the same
Can't have much
target.
left in him. I give him 3 days tops. If we fail and he dies, we lose our chance of revenge.
Kind of.
But we need more intel. If you just go charging into Dawandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place. I expect you'll become quite familiar with those binoculars as you plan your next move.
Hell yeah.
How and where you make it, well, that's up to you. From here on out, you're on your own. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself. Put those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Koss would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees. He'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back.
Kaz gear. It's more JF Ray eyewear too. Got that branding deal, Kojima.
Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
He's gone. He was a figment of our imagination. All right, let's see. I don't want that, bro. That doesn't help me. Look at the top. It's like 1 and 3 to switch tabs, escape to close, but it's giving me the controller instead of the keyboard. It seems to have a bit of trouble with when you have both connected. Because a lot of games, they'll dynamically switch. Like if I pick up the controller and move the analog stick, it might change from saying escape to resume game to showing like B or whatever, you know, start, whatever it is. It might dynamically change the prompt up there, but it doesn't seem to do well on the controls. I think I can figure it out though. Oh, interesting. All right. Well, let's go for it. So there's the briefing tape, but I'm going to wait to play it. The pacing on this is really good for this early section. And look at this. We totally do this to sneak past. The pacing on this is really good, but there's also a lot of tutorial kind of stuff that's going to be happening. And it'll interrupt the briefing tape. It's not a good time to play it unless you're going to sit still. And then that disrupts the pacing a little bit. And to be honest, the first time I played, I didn't even listen to the tape. Until way later. So, that's something I was going to mention earlier, I forgot. Before, they're going to interrupt me in a few seconds anyway, but... This is like pretty much the first time where we haven't jumped into a bunch of briefings and stuff. Like, even Peace Walker did it. It wasn't on the main menu, but... The start of Peace Walker was basically a bunch of briefings. You know, a bunch of story leading into it. This game was like, no, here's a crazy hour-long prologue.
Soviet guard post. They're bound to be guards. Take a look with your binoculars. Put the enemy in the center of your field of view. That's marking. Focus on the thread and it'll be marked automatically. You can mark enemies and vehicles by zooming in with your binoculars or camera. Once they're marked, you'll also see their positions on the map. Security at that guard post is relatively light. Looks like the perfect place for a warm-up. Try to remember the ways you used to deal with enemies. Anytime you need advice, just give me a call.
So we can creep. That way we won't slam the door open. Hello. Rough diamonds.
That's a rough diamond. Good find. It'll fetch a high price. Those materials are already processed. They should come in handy sooner or later. Why not start gathering them?
Oh, V-zoom's in here. That's cool. Alrighty. You... Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're just in it here. We are in it to win it already. This is the moment where, like, realization kicks in, like, bro, we're doing this. Like, we're just out here in, like, an open environment. Like, this is a really cool feeling the first time.
Sight, sound, keep all your enemy senses in mind. When you're near an enemy, stay low and move slowly.
Hint, staying hidden. Yeah, so it's telling me C to change stance. That works. We could also creep, like I have already discussed. can trank him. Will he see my shadow? Read about the tranquilizer. It'll take longer to take effect depending on where you hit. Headshot's immediate. It's always been that way. However, if hitting the target's head is proven difficult, it can be quickened by hitting them elsewhere multiple times. Yeah, we know how that works. No. Check this out.
Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain. If only we had a recruit with the Russian interpreter skill, we could get by with simultaneous interpretation.
Get down.
Извини, я не знаю английского.
Okay, we'll knock him out. We're gonna dump him.
Don't leave bodies out in the open. Find some place to drop them out of sight.
So we can't even make him get down because he doesn't understand. Don't mind me, I'm just taking a dump. Now the important thing is to find out if there's a third enemy here. We don't want to be sneaking up on this guy and get caught by a third, right? That wouldn't be fun. I don't think I need to creep quite this much, but hey, it'll work out, right?
Guard post captured.
Alright, I don't know where I want to put him. So guard post captured is the game straight up just telling you, hey, we're good. Full suppressor. So unlike Peace Walker, we can just get another suppressor in the middle of this mission. Which is part of why I've made the comment that I do find this game a lot easier than the others. That's part of the reason that... it's kind of like 3. 3 let you get another suppressor while you're out there in the field, but it's a similar concept, right? Of allowing you to do that does in some way make things easier because you can rely a lot more on that mechanic. You know where to get suppressors, or you know how to get them. So this building, we can go in it. The red doors you can go in.
You're almost at the enemy outpost, Vialo Village. The village is crawling with enemy soldiers. Don't just go waltzing in. Start with some recon. Is there anywhere that overlooks the village?
We'll take a look, bro. But not yet. We're looting, dude. You gotta let me loot.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
So we're just straight up talking about Mother Base. Oh, yeah, I kept resources. I deleted 3 save files, 3 files from my directory. And still I have a bunch of resources. I'm okay with that. We'll get into that when it matters, but... I mean, we've already seen, I've been collecting some resources, so you know it's a mechanic coming up. Shaky cam.
How about it? Can you see the village from there? Use the
Sure
binoculars
can.
to recon the place.
Now, really, you wouldn't want to stand right here, because silhouette, right? What you want to do, I'm talking real life tactics, you want to be somewhere like this, where your silhouette's going to be against a mountain, right? You don't want to be on top of the mountain, you want to be a little bit down. That way you don't show up against the sky. But this is the game.
Look at where the enemies are stationed.
They're not gonna see
Look
me.
at their gear. Take it all in. There should be a command post somewhere. See any buildings with tighter security? If there are clues to Miller's whereabouts, I'll bet you can find them in there.
A game like Arma does take that into account, though. They'll spot you. They'll spot your silhouette in Arma. I don't see anyone. What the hell? There's definitely dudes here. Remember my comment about the pacing being really good? This is an example of it. We'll see more as I go in, but this is actually an example of it. You hear that? So this big whole section here is the whole mission area. I do like using V more than the mouse. The mouse wheel's a little bit too slow. It's good for small adjustments once you're at a decent level, but I feel like I have to scroll way too much to zoom in. Checkpoint. Look how close I was to the checkpoint when it happened. Like I was sitting there doing the recon, and then the moment I move forward, it's like checkpoint. That's kind of perfect. I'm still not very confident because I haven't found many people yet, and I mean it's not going to be the most occupied.
Sun's down already. It goes without saying that darkness is good for infiltration.
Yeah.
But your vision will be affected just the same. Keep your guard up, or who knows when you'll bump into an enemy.
Yeah. There's the pacing comment I've been referring to. It's set up in such a way where you get here right as the sun goes down, so it teaches you a little bit about the day-night cycle. It's not a scripted event. There actually is a cycle. So it's kind of set up to teach you about that cycle in a very dynamic way. Like, hey, you got here just as the sun was going down. How perfect, right? So if I can't, yeah, if I can't action stealth mode. Go prone oh, it's like Play Dead. Yeah. I forget the other thing I was gonna say. Oh yeah, if I can't hold them up and make them get down, I'd rather trank them. I don't like them standing up. I feel like, I don't know, maybe they won't do anything, but I don't feel as secure in that. This openable? Yeah. Hello. Still want to be a little quiet. And that guy spotted me from kind of far away. He didn't like spot me, but he saw me enough to be suspicious. So that's an important thing to note because the guards on here are definitely a lot better than they've been in any other game. Still not necessarily great at times, but they're a lot better. Last time I played this, when I streamed it back in 2020, I used a mod called Infinite Heaven, and I actually increased their sight and hearing by quite a bit, like doubled it or so. I also decreased their health and my health, so it was a lot more like you can only take a couple hits before you die. But so could they. So it was kind of realistic. Wasn't going for headshots intentionally because I wanted to get them both in quick succession. Sometimes, to me, that's sometimes the more tactical option. Because if I got a headshot on that one, I don't know if that one would have seen it, or vice versa. I don't know if they would have noticed it. And then so I'd be struggling to get the other one in time as they're reacting and moving and stuff. Okay, yeah, see, we're good though. They would have been fine, I think, but doesn't matter. Hey, buddy. Yeah. That's the kind of thing I was kind of worried about, but that made it easy. YOLO. We go through here? We can. Definitely nervous about this spot. I know what time it is because I just got a message right on the dot. I have an appointment that I've been going to every Tuesday at noon. Well, I guess not right on the dot, it's 3 minutes late, but it's like 2 days early they give you a notification. Get rid of that. There's a lot of music in here. It's copyrighted. I don't know what song that was, I didn't recognize it, but there is a lot of there are a lot of songs in the game. Oh. There are a lot of songs in the game that are copyrighted that will trip things on YouTube and stuff, but I'm not gonna worry that much about it. I'm gonna just grab the tapes and try to not play it for longer than necessary, but I'm not gonna make a big deal about it. This isn't my living, you know. This is a hobby. I don't make money off of the stuff that I put up anyway.
Hey, that's...
So we got a new suppressor. Look at this crazy future technology in 1984. A document scanner with like a laser. Even makes smoke on the paper. That's crazy.
So you picked up an intel file.
Extraction.
Now we know where Miller is. I'm marking it on your iDroid.
The map has been updated.
So there's another fun thing we can do. We can climb up here, and you might have noticed this from earlier. I even tried to see if it would mark. But we have this thing here we can interact with. Can't we? I swear I saw the interaction thing pop up. Maybe we can't. We can do something with it, even right now, because I could pull up my weapon here and shoot it. Basically, though, they're communicating with that, right? That's their, like, communications equipment. So if we destroy that, they can't radio for help. Very sandboxy, right? Which brings me back to something I said during Peace Walker, a little teasingly, where I said, this game is crazy. It's like got so many cool elements. It's a shame that it was a PSP game and you don't really get to explore it as much as you might like. It's kind of teasing at this game because I knew what was on the way. I swear I heard footsteps. Check this out. Was this not it? Never mind. It's somewhere. Here's one. I don't like this though. I don't know if there's any dudes here. Yeah. Anyone see that? We have a mortar over there too. What's that? Getting all the goods here. Alright, so this... Oh, he spotted the sleeping dude. Oh, they're waking up. Watch this. Boom. We just shut the power off on them. They're gonna go turn it back on, so if I wait... That guy's coming to investigate. They'll turn it back on, but if I waited there, I could actually use that as a trap to lure them in. The other option is we could blow it up, and then they can't turn it back on. They'll investigate, they'll be like, yo, it's broken. Sabotage.
Planning to walk the whole wilderness on foot?
Not yet.
Use your horse.
I will. I don't have... See, right stick while holding Q. You think I'm mixing inputs? Because they have radios, see that? So these guys go out on patrols, and they have radios so they can ask for help if they spot something. That's what those antennae are on their backs.
A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you.
Alright, they're done. I didn't want them to spot me. Yeah, they spot you from a little bit further away than you're used to. It's pretty cool, though. Yeah, everybody's getting up back there, but hey, didn't kill anybody. Alright. So the horse is useful, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna listen to a tape. So we're gonna walk for a bit as we're listening to this. Yeah, the briefing is not just one tape. See, So we'd be waiting for a while listening to this, and that's why I was saying the pacing gets a little thrown off. So let's start these up, and just kind of, we're gonna go on foot, so it lasts a little bit longer. Hopefully they don't interrupt too much.
You were hospitalized in Dhekelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Dhekelia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly.
The whale.
You were a regular Geppetto. Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety.
Extraction.
Who was that guy?
At Mother Base.
Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead. He said I was in a British military hospital, but the doctor had a Greek accent. They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dhekelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all. What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south. Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established. And Dhekelia sits right on top of it. It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around. So how do things stand? Now, last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all had their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames. And then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different.
The route to Afghanistan. Okay.
We're changing ships. We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler. The Suez Canal. When did they reopen it? Not long after you were attacked. Once they finished sweeping it for mines after the Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you stand? Got to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road. And then we continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid air recons. Then they charge down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter-strategy. Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It's gonna be a tough march. Better horses than boats. Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm. It's an enemy guard post. Watch yourself.
They are not participating in the Los Angeles
Okay, what was that? Hang on.
primarily because the United States has made no attempt
Yeah,
to
let's
get
restart this one real quick. I know he only missed a couple seconds, but what did he say? Oh, we're on the wrong one. Next tape. Nope, this would... Sorry.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
I think I got them all.
Quite some news. The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics. countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics. Yes, in protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II, and Reagan's hardline politics won in the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire. The Second Cold War. And there's been no end to regional conflicts and civil wars. Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes. Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterward. Apparently, his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs. Islamic extremists? Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some bold acts of terrorism in recent years. We've had extremist students in Iran take U.S. embassy workers hostage, and suicide bombings in Lebanon.
Yeah.
Over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed. But countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own portable toilet. If you're gonna hide inside, watch the enemy doesn't decide to use it. Same goes for hiding downed enemies in it. Affiliation, working for the highest bidder.
See, that's what I hate.
That's right, they got the idea from you. That's right. Private forces, getting private. Afraid of losing their own men, the countries have over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed. But countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out, handing private forces a golden opportunity. Private forces, small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you, but at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him, an army with no allegiance to a nation. I remember, but... I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now, but this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. The reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job.
This is a doorknob.
But you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The Mother Base. That would be your new base of operations. Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. That was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid, and Paz, a mole who worked for Cypher as bait. While you were gone, XOF, posing as a nuclear inspection team, stormed Mother Base. At the same time, C4 they placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big F you. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist. Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found was Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh?
Yeah.
Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of Naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake.
Yep.
This world still needs you.
There's the Kojima trend. We gotta call him some variation of Snake in every game.
A prosthetic arm. Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think? I can still feel my real
Phantom
arm.
pain. Phantom
You
limb.
better get used to this one quick. You have any pain? Every now and then. Where? My fingertips. My left fingertips. Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand. Yeah. What about your vision? Can you see okay? Yeah, at the moment. Yeah, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex. Yeah, the doctor mentioned that. Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that? I think so. When? Right after I wake up. Colors look faded. Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that. I will. All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
So I pointed out the color thing before, right? That's kind of why I mentioned it as it was happening, so it would be more relatable when they talk about it here. And yeah, phantom limb and phantom pain, it's a real concept. A lot of people who, suffer, whatever it is that causes them to lose a limb, there are a lot of cases of that happening, where your brain still thinks it's there, and you can have pain and stuff. You can have the sensation of your limb still existing. I was really hoping to get a suppressor at that little camp.
Miller locked up in that town.
And some ammo.
Check your eyes, Roy, for his location. I hope to hell he's all right. He's not your average client.
Did I say ammo or camo? So we got some at that other base, but I'm not going back for it. Damn it. Would have been really nice to mark that guy. That's the vehicle from earlier. It was still marked. Alright, so there's a bunch of really cool backstory and stuff. I like the one where it's just filling him in on world events while he was in the coma. I really like that one. Because it makes sense. And talking about the Islamic extremists was interesting because I guess, yeah, that wasn't really something that was going on much in the world 9 years ago, like in the 70s, It didn't really kick off so much until the late 70s going into the 80s. I think it's pretty cool to see how they handle that here, I swear there's one I saw moving around earlier that I still didn't get. That bird. Alright, so Miller's that way. I want to sweep in and go that way to get to him. It, you know, if we go in and extract from the same route, it'd probably help a little bit in terms of sheep. In terms of we've already cleared that route. You know, we don't have to worry about guys on the same route that we've already been through. We could take this, yeah.
That's a type of medicinal plant. Bring it back to base. It's sure to be useful sometime.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Let's peek out this way. Got that She Blinded Me with Science song in my head. We couldn't hear it too much because I had the other tapes going. But that's another one. I don't think I'd ever heard the real song until this game. Well, this is the real song, but I don't think I'd ever heard the song before this game. I was waiting on this guy to pass. We don't gotta make too much noise, right? Get in and get out. We are not currently in a position to just go too crazy. But we can start doing that later. It'll be a lot of fun. Trust me. I hear that crow. All right. Sweep in here. Can I climb this? Oh, I can. Beautiful. We're right up on him. I probably want to sleep a couple dudes or something first. I don't know yet. I mean, that dude's not gonna make things easy. I might have just made things worse by doing that. Depending on where he falls out. Because now other dudes are gonna see him and be like, oh, we gotta wake him up. Oh, we got a crack to climb there. I think that's what that icon was. Crack climbing. Follow the ass crack. Don't mind me. I knew that was gonna break when I went through, by the way. That's hardcore. Just going through a window like that.
No more use for me, huh? Cuz, it's me. I'm here to get you out. Snake. They do something to your eyes? No, it's just bright as all.
What took you so long?
We'll talk, but not here.
Now let's see if I can do this without getting spotted. I left a lot of guys awake.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Mission info has been updated.
You look well. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
Ah, he said it.
Not so heavy anymore, right? Magic words, boss.
Say it.
I've been waiting 9 years to hear them. Kept you waiting, huh? Save all time safe.
Alright, I think we're good. Ooh, let me get this. Then we're gonna call for D-Horse. Ah, there's a plant there, though. See the chopper coming in? You can hear it. Right there. Come on, let's move. Yo, what's going on, Mateus? I don't feel like getting off to get that. I don't know how much I'll need to.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Come on. You want me to get off?
That's Miller. You can't just leave him there.
I know, but come on. There we go.
Ahab, do you read me? This is Pequod. There's a gas covering the LZ. We can't land. Pulling back.
Gas. It's them. Boss, watch out. It's the skulls. Don't let them find us.
Extraction arrived.
Whatever that mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it. I'm changing the RV so it's outside the mist. Get over there. The chopper will be waiting.
Alright, this part's a little difficult to not get spotted on. I have done it, but it was a pain. Stop, dude, stop. Dude, it can be so hard to control with a keyboard, especially. Alright, we'll wait here. I'm not sure what you're talking about on that last one, Mateus. Oh, nope, they're still there. I went too quick. The weird thing is, I'm not trying to move fast. I just tapped the button once, and he's like, I'm gonna move all the way up there. I was trying to edge up and get a view.
Run, boss. You've got to lose him.
There they are. Six o'clock. Pequod's another one of those references I didn't know at first until after I beat the game and started reading about stuff that I never knew. That's another Moby Dick reference. It's like I didn't want to spoil stuff, you know, right away. And I didn't know okay, it's a weird name. A name is a name, whatever. I didn't think it meant anything.
The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone.
Those things. That's the unit that attacked us before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Survivors from 9 years ago were wiped out in minutes. I don't know what they want, but it's them. No mistake.
Alrighty. We did it.
All right. Put Miller in.
Bye, D-Horse. Watch him though. Keep our eye on D-Horse. I don't know if we'll be able to see him from this angle. As we're lifting up. Oh, no, there. Yeah, just for a moment. You could see him. He got Fultoned. Just for a moment, you can see the balloon pop up. Well, 2.5 hours in, and we've only done 2 things.
Arrived at Mother Base.
Only an A rank, and I did. The only reason it was, I probably would have got an S rank if I didn't sit around listening to the tapes for a bit, because everything else was great. But there's also some hidden objectives. So basically the way it's going to work, the accuracy is not the best either, but the way it works is when you beat the mission, it'll actually tell you the hidden objectives. You can see what they were. These credit things are something I got to talk about too. I don't like them. I kind of forgot to do it, but I had looked into a while back. There is a mod to remove some of the credit things. All right, we got some more stuff.
We're headed for the Seychelles. That's where our new home is now. Hey. That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away. I'm gonna rebuild it. Make a new place. Together. That we can call home. Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. A phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. Yeah. I remember it all.
Do we need the... Like, I can feel my cornea melting right now. Do we need a solid white transition? I'm just gonna close my eyes.
Played us like a damn fiddle!
Help me, Snake. Chico.
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Yet again, a white transition. Why do developers do that? It's painful.
Snake. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost, won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations, even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. They came after you in Cyprus, in Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing, swallowing everything in its path, getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss, I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest until we do.
Now kiss.
Our new mother base. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before.
God. What should I do?
Boss,
Tell me. Tell me like you used to.
Still getting credits. Episode 2, Diamond Dogs. You know what? They set that thing down hard.
things have changed, boss. We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause.
Cause?
Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
He's still on that metaphor of the outer heaven and stuff. He likes his metaphors.
9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
Just gives him nitrous oxide.
Let them talk. We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it.
Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
Kaz is an intense man. Learn how to run Mother Base. I gotta see what that emote was. What's that last one? It's hard to see on my monitor. Oh, it's a love box. I got you. Because I said, now kiss. It's like, they can't kiss, not with that one thing. It's the love box. Alright.
This base belongs to you.
You have to tell everybody.
Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves to be. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you. To start bringing people in, use this. It's a Fulton recovery device. When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. And we'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs. Go on. Test it out on the staff here. Anyone you want. First, put them to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
It's an honor, boss.
Yeah, I do. Hold on. Let's test it.
That won't work on me. I've had drug resistance training. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you? First, put him to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you? 2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5.
That's a good reference.
That won't work on me. I've had drug resistance.
Any more? No.
First, put him to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
Bye.
Out like a light. Now approach him and extract him.
I mean, I would say his training worked pretty well. He got a little bit loopy, but he took a lot of shots to the face. I mean, I've seen videos like that, but...
Can only Fulton recover someone if they're not resistant. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits.
Why not?
The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your eye droid.
Maybe we can make some AI weapons, but we put dead bodies on the front to, like, scare people.
Select staff. So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team
My left ear is lonely.
Developing all kinds of weapons and items that will support you on missions. Take a look at the development list. Select weapons items under the development heading.
Do you want me to go back here? Sorry, I was distracted by a notification.
Specify a project.
Team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Doesn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list. The last word in infiltration technology. Or so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people.
ASMR revolver man.
Put the iDroid away for a moment. You can
Bro, I
also
was.
Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC?
I'm ready, boss.
Show them how it's done, boss.
Let's see all the quick overview. Yeah, so we could throw them just like before. By rapidly pressing it without moving, you can do punches, yeah. Lasts longer than a trank. We know how to hold up. If they're grouped together, you can do one by another in time, just like a Peace Walker. Yep. Oh, you keep hitting them harder. Interesting. I actually didn't know that part. You keep getting longer knockouts. So we know we've restrained people already. We know how to choke them out and all that. Heck, we know how to do all that. I'm not slitting throats, but we know how to do it. It pops up the prompt on screen anyway. Interrogation, get down. Yeah, we know how that works. And interpretation, we've talked about it. We haven't really done it yet, but we've talked about it. All right.
Someone excellent, boss. Now extract it.
Yoink.
Good.
Extraction
complete.
arrived at Mother
One thing I
Base.
should mention. Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shock of it could kill them. And if the weather's unfavorable, well, it could end up...
Oops.
This isn't the time. If the person is injured, the shock of it
Didn't
could
actually
kill
mean to
them.
do that.
And if the weather's unfavorable, well...
I'm just clowning.
It could end up going missing. You can determine the chance of success by approaching the person you want to extract. You want to be sure you can get them out. Best carry them to the chopper instead. All right, extract the next staff member.
Someone coming to volunteer? Is it you?
Let's do this, boss.
Extract it. Use any method you like. Start by knocking them out. Well, any punches you see on them in quick succession.
I wanted to do that.
Take them all out before any of them can strike back.
I wanted to do quick succession, but it didn't seem to pop up the prompt. I think I was a little bit too far.
Arrived at Mother Base.
R&D team, its level has gone
Unit
up.
function
They should be
added.
able to develop the cardboard box. Open your eyes.
Are you sure they can develop the cardboard box, though?
Extraction
Select
That's pretty advanced
items
stuff.
under the
Development project has been added. Please specify
Now select
project.
cardboard box and start development. Just be aware that development requires funds. GMP. Watch we don't end up in the red.
I got GMP, don't worry.
Development has finished.
You want me to request one, right?
Please select
You
supplies
can have the support unit
requested.
supply you with weapons and items you've
Supply
developed.
drop
Think of it as your
complete.
own personal delivery service.
I like how he looked over there.
I forgot to tell you. When you call in a supply drop, watch you don't drop it on your head.
That's probably good to know.
And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you know what to do. Try it out. One last thing. The staff members you extracted were all placed on the R&D team, but that was Miller's decision. If you think they belong somewhere else, you're free to move them around. Well, that about does it.
Mission
You won't
info
make any
has been
GMP or
updated.
find recruits hanging around here. Board the chopper when you're ready for a mission. Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up. Or if you're still in the mood for knocking guys on their asses, you can stay around here a while. Give the men some practice. Just come pay me a visit.
How's this? Ooh! Got damaged though, but they improved the cardboard box technology. Look at that. Love it. You can do that and leave it there. So then if enemies are coming to check on you, but you dive out where they don't see you, they'll check it and they'll be like, oh, I guess there was nothing in it. Love it.
Boss, let's practice your CQC.
Yeah.
Begin by grabbing.
Okay.
Once you grab someone, you're free to do as you like. Interrogate him, knock him out, kill him. Scratch that last one for now. Go ahead and knock him out.
Talk. Let's do this, boss.
Good. Extract the staff member.
All right, what else do you want me to do? don't really have to, but it's fun.
Extraction arrived at Mother
Strike
Base.
an adversary repeatedly to knock him out. He'll stay unconscious for longer than if you throw him. Go on and extract him. Doesn't like you, Snake.
Oh.
Try one more time.
Oh, I was gonna extract that guy, but
Thank you. I'm ready, boss.
all right. What next?
Starting to feel like yourself again? The rest will fall into place with some time in the field. Go ahead and call the chopper from your idol.
Alrighty, we'll do that. Let's see. You could quick call it from here, I think. I thought you could. Oh yeah. There it is. Did he just come from under the water? This chopper's advanced. Can we trank it? Alrighty. Let's hop in this bad boy. I wonder if they're gonna drop before we get out of view. Nope. In outer heaven, that's how they do things. Damn right. Wait, can we see them? They're still standing. Why? Damn it. Damn it.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
It's a lot of development. I like how you don't even get a rank on that because it's just a tutorial. But you lose money. Credits. All right, another briefing thing. We'll listen to him very soon.
Mission list updated.
Boss, I know you haven't been back long, but I prepared a list of missions for you. Open your iDroid.
Please select a mission.
I've taken the job offers Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those I want you to consider. Which ones you accept is your call. The objectives of the missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination. Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal. If that means wet work, so be it. We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping. Not until the pain is gone. The future of Diamond Dogs is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
He said wet. Yeah, no, Miller is intense. He's like, we're not resting until all the pain is gone. Good God, dude, calm down. Alrighty, let's listen to a few more things here. So one thing is the yellow ones are considered important, whatever that means. I mean, I say that just because important is a bit subjective. The game has deemed the yellow tapes are important, though. And some progress does depend on you having listened to those. So I'm gonna be going through like all the tapes, but if you really just want to progress and see everything, all you have to do is the yellow ones. But I think you miss too much. And again, what do you deem important? Because I think there are things that are not considered important, they're not yellow, that, you know, I think they give enough information and context to the story that I would call them important.
Snake, I wanted to ask you about the man on fire. What do you remember from the hospital? Anything we can use?
Well, he took off the moment the sprinklers started up.
Sprinklers? The fire system?
And when he got sprayed with water from the burst pipe, it slowed him down.
When we escaped on horseback, he wouldn't cross the river either.
And then it started to rain. And he disappeared.
Water against fire. Is it that simple? I mean, it makes sense. It's just hard to believe it would work on a guy like that.
What's going on, Tusk? I mean, I mostly agree with what you said. Not a fan. Shalashaska.
Ocelot. I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about?
You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department.
Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here.
Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice.
And if it wasn't, they'd leave?
Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield, and that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's Greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So, half Gulag, half Hero Sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
So here's my question. In Metal Gear Solid, in 97, 98, whatever, 98, do you think Kojima really had any of that in mind? Like, I'm curious what the original name Shalashashka meant. Was it a mistranslation? Was it just something he made up and then had to justify? Like, I'm curious how the name originally was created. Because there was never an explanation before this point. I don't think so. I don't remember ever seeing one. So I always wonder about that, because, I mean, it had been almost 20 years by the time this happened. But it's cool. I like it.
So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect. That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. That's when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off. Somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse. The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then. You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike. Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of. If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch. Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was. All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end... The time's define the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand. I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenouyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish, to make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with the problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted. I still trusted him in those days. We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project. Les enfants terribles, Zero called it. You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek.
So, some of that was actually just referencing Portable Ops a little bit. That game is very contentious. I talked about it a little bit already, where there are some things that can be established as canon, whatever that means. There are some things that kind of can't. If I remember correctly, it's not actually directed by Kojima. I don't like getting into whole canon debates because I don't think it matters that much, honestly. I don't just mean with this game, I mean in anything. I don't think it matters that much, honestly. Like, if you like something, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But it is a contentious point because I don't know all the details on Portable Ops, but there are some pieces which kind of don't work, and there are other pieces which do. And that's one of them where I don't remember all the details and all the people involved, like all their names and stuff, but there's like a director, is a CIA director or somebody, but he was actually trying to secure some funds, the other half of the Philosopher's Legacy. And he thinks Ocelot's cool. You know, they're kind of chatting about it or whatever. And once he says, like, oh yeah, these funds, as long as we've got them secure, like the U.S., none of that matters. You know, we can rebuild the Philosophers. And Ocelot's bang, bang, bang. He just pops them all. And he's like, that's what I wanted, was the funds, you know. He's doing Ocelot stuff, right? So that is kind of a reference to Portable Ops. So there are things that kind of work. And I think Portable Ops establishes Campbell and Miller as well. But again, it's a very contentious one. There are things in it which kind of conflict with other parts of the story, more so than other games. And again, I think part of it is it wasn't even directed by Kojima, so some people that are very purist are like, all right, it doesn't count, no Kojima. But, you know, whatever. Just interesting to talk about.
Created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean.
Hold on one moment. I was trying to check something. What is that a reference to, Mateus? Mind the Gap. Where have I heard that? Sounds familiar. So, also, I don't understand how, especially these two, where is Zero and stuff, I don't understand how any of that is not considered important. You know, why is it not yellow? The way they determine what is worth listening to and isn't is strange to me.
Christmas Eve, 1979, the Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast or risk the spread of Islamic revivalism. A superpower, sending a motorized rifle division against men on horseback with antique rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant, only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why Miller was involved. He was training them near the Zero Line, sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed. 2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan has become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The
Proxy
Soviet
war.
troops on the ground want to go home, but at least they have homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turn pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen are the Pashtun people. They're fiercely devoted to their code of Badal, or revenge. Soviets they've captured have had their hands, feet, and noses cut off before being left to die at the side of the road, just to show their comrades what they're capable of. Friendlies who come across them can do nothing but put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on.
Yeah, it's very real stuff. Especially in the Middle East, and we're talking about Soviets here, but with the U.S. as well. The U.S. will go, do a drone strike or something and kill some innocent civilians, basically, that are just collateral damage, as they may be referred to. And somebody who might not have been necessarily involved with the fighting or might not have been radicalized, whatever, they're like, hey, they just killed my brother. They just did a drone strike. They killed my brother. He was innocent. Now I'm mad and I want to strike back, and that's the vicious cycle. It's something that's tough to break, right? Because when that kind of thing happens, you're affecting entire generations of people. And same idea they're talking about here. So the other thing, by the way, I wanted to call it out. So Mateus said that in an interview, Kojima said he met an actual Russian ex-Afghanistan soldier who had that alias Shalashaska. So I never knew that. I don't really watch interviews and stuff too much, so I definitely I hadn't heard that before. That's interesting though. Let's see. So we have just a bunch of music stuff here. We could do stuff with that. These tape 2s, I think, are all the copyrighted stuff. And then we have acquired tapes are going to be some special. There's some interesting ones in there. And yeah, so we got missions to do. We got development we can do. 99 things. I can go ahead and burn through a lot of this right now just to do it. And it'll help us get a good loadout and stuff too. This white sneaking suit for the boss. We can get a hold of some stuff that you wouldn't really be able to at this point in the game. I don't care that much. But you can see here, I've got a lot of GMP. This costs 100,000, so it's actually a lot. I'm never going to use that, but it's there. For the gentleman who knows how to dress for the occasion. Get that Eva jumpsuit for female staff only. Let's go ahead and just grab a bunch of stuff from here just to get it over with. Wait, spend GMP and begin development. It doesn't cost anything. We gotta just research everything. So this goes back to Peace Walker. It's very interesting to see how the mechanics here are an evolution of what was established in Peace Walker, having just played that in particular. Because at the point where I started this game, I had played Peace Walker many years before, like when it was new. I guess it's only like 4 or 5 years, but I had played a little bit of Peace Walker, but I don't think I'd played enough to really know how many mechanics in this game were inspired by and evolved from the mechanics of Peace Walker. At least when I started this game. some point while I was playing this game is when I watched a playthrough of Peace Walker. It was cool to hear him mentioning Coleman and stuff there too. Oops. More ways to tie in the two games. And why, yes, there was just a reference to Portable Ops with him getting the other half of the legacy, but the thing is he didn't really go into detail, right? Talking about Coleman and going to the exact events of Peace Walker here, that's like a really direct tie between the two. And we didn't get that with the Portable Ops thing. It's just like, I had to acquire the other half of the legacy. There's no details or anything on it. Whereas the Peace Walker stuff, they're talking about specific people and specific events. So that's why, you know, that one's usually deemed more critical. Alright, so we got missions. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick, and then we will come back and start hitting up some missions. So I will be right back. Alrighty. The other one I didn't address was Mind the Gap is apparently Metal Gear Solid 2 when you call Colonel during the Ray fight. I didn't call him on that last run. I was really good about almost every screen. I'd call everybody. But at that point, I don't know if I've ever called Colonel during then, so I don't know where I would have heard Mind the Gap. It just sounds too familiar, but I don't think I've ever thought to call them during that fight. I just do the fight. I don't know why that's never occurred to me. Alrighty. Alright. Press T to play the tape.
Farming villages in southern Vahan have been subjected to a strategic bombing campaign the past several weeks. The damage is spreading. It's part of the Soviet Scorched Earth operation aimed at wiping out the guerrillas. The target this time is the commander of a Spetsnaz detachment. He's been key to the operation's success. People say this guy's responsible for annihilating the Mujahideen at Tismasi Laman, the Hamid fighters, overnight. He's a tough, experienced commander. Don't underestimate him. The order from my client in the west is to shoot on sight. They want him out of the picture for good. Sorry, boss. This one's purely business. Wet work. A hit on a commanding officer of the Soviet military. Nothing personal. We're only doing this because it gets us one step closer to our goal.
The other thing I mentioned earlier, you know, I made that comment about proxy wars. And that's a big part of, you know, hey, we expected the Soviets to crush them in, you know, months, and here they are years later. And it's very much a situation of a proxy war where the U.S., you know, the West is going in and they're training the Mujahideen, they're outfitting the Mujahideen and saying, yo, we give you all kinds of equipment and stuff. We don't want the Soviets to win, right? So it becomes this proxy war where they're not directly fighting. You know, the West is not directly fighting with the Soviet Union, but they are playing a very substantial role. Oh, and also, I mentioned once you beat missions, you can see the things here. So we can actually replay missions if we want. We could go replay the Miller mission and grab all those extra objectives. But the first time we do a mission, we don't get to see those objectives. So you just have to hope you find them, or look them up online, or replay the mission. So if you're going for like full completion, it kind of sucks because sometimes you'll look here and it'll be like, oh, it turns out you missed a blueprint or something cool, you know.
Mission accepted. Heading to Afghanistan.
I guess it was a little spoilery, but blueprints were in Peace Walker 2. And we're talking about how the systems evolve between the two. What other thing do I want to take that I'm not going to use? What? Oh. Why do I have that? The 6-star. It's a Fulton launcher. I'll take it. You're gonna let me take it. I'll take it. Alright, support. What do we have? Let's get some smoke. Get some C4. Let's get the flare. Items. Alright, so that's just a better box. What is RT? Mountain. Alright, what else do we have? That's it. Alright. Let us go. Whoa, tools. Yeah, we don't change this. Alrighty. Now let us go. This song was used in Peace Walker as well. I guess it was like the main theme of Peace Walker. Because when I heard it, I commented on it. And we'll just go ASAP. That Liquid Coyote thing in the back is something related to more online kind of stuff. That it's carried some of my data over. That's why I still have GMP and all that. Because even though I deleted some stuff, it still keeps other things. Alright, don't read the credits, by the way.
Your target is a Spetsnaz detachment commander. Your orders are to take him out. With skills like his, it'd be a shame to waste him. But I'll leave the method up to you. Boss, make your way to Deshago Calais and eliminate the target.
I know telling someone to not do it makes it much more tempting, but this is one of the big complaints about the game that a lot of people have, and it's why a mod exists to remove them. Basically, at the start of every mission, we have credits like this, and it says starring Punished Venom Snake, starring, you know, it just said Kaz and Ocelot, I think. It will list out, like, surprises. It'll spoil things, because you'll be like, oh, so-and-so's in this mission. Okay, thanks. Thanks for telling me.
We can use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy, too.
It'll be like,
Crescent. It's a type of medicinal plant.
Yeah.
We can use that to make tranquilizer rounds more potent.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be like, oh, starring the last boss. You didn't know you were gonna see him on this, did you? It really do be spoiling things, though. I'm not joking. It's part of the game, though. It's the way they designed it for whatever odd reason. I gotta also say I'm really bad about using D-Horse. I tend to just do things on foot. But there is a bond level you can get with them. I think it'd be nice to try and work on that a bit, but I'm really bad about using them.
Extraction arrived at you have arrived at your destination.
Because I don't feel like I'm as in control.
You've arrived at the objective. Your target should be somewhere in that outpost. And don't forget, he has a Spetsnaz recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
There's communications. Or is it? Yeah, whatever.
Is that him? Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the targets.
Говорят, Хамиды до Смосей и Ломан уничтожили. Похоже, гражданским тоже досталось. Ходят слухи, что это постарались наши. Так вот, это грязная ложь.
If I had brought that sniper,
Товарищи, приказы не обсуждаются. Мы должны выполнять данные нам задачи.
What about the
Если
recoilless
сказано,
rifle?
сожги деревню, мы ее сжигаем.
I don't know how far it launches. I don't want to blow my cover just by shooting it right now. Well, it Fulton's. Someone's jamming. Alright. I've seen all I need to see for now. I think. We're gonna work our way in here. The emote of the dude jamming from Metal Gear Solid 2, just bopping. Loves it. Got him. I don't want to climb over every single one of these ridges. Just go around them. He should be out any moment now. You can also go in the dumpster.
A dumpster? Looks big enough to hide somebody. You could stash a downed enemy in there, or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
Heard that.
Those materials have already been
Gimme.
processed. It may not be much, but we can use them straight away if you bring them back to base.
Someone's over there booking it. I do need to test this Fulton launcher to see how it works. It's probably gonna come this way. He saw me for too long. Oh, you know what? Yeah, duh. I don't know why I wasn't doing that. I forgot, we're in the game now. Please come this way. I don't think he's going to. Oh, he's moving, okay. I don't know if he's moving fast enough. Ah, he was 69 meters. Yeah, he's way out there. Forgot, we in the game for real now, so you know what we could do? Yoink. Nice. Bye. There he is. I knew someone heard it. That's okay. I heard that. Блядь. Said pollo. But they're talking about chicken. See, they're an alert, but it's not combat alert. So I was talking about with Ground Zeroes. Different types of alert than what we've had previously. This ain't it. Sutka!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Told you I'm good with the tranks on this one. I hit them with our moving and everything. I'm sitting here on Peace Walker and 3 like, I can't hit anybody. Now granted, I wasn't going for headshots, but I'm just saying I want to hit a moving target so they're not a thing, not a threat anymore. They're gonna wake that guy up though. That's okay. Although I can't hit that. No? Come this way.
Roger that.
Oh, I don't gotta worry about that. We good. That ain't gonna be a problem for this. We gotta go get that other guy too.
You gotta extract him.
Alright, let's get over here.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I might wake those guys up, but I don't have to, but I want to get this guy. We can pop this while we're out here. Any goodies in here? Probably nothing upstairs. I'm okay with probably. Oh, I forgot all about this. I never knew about this my first playthrough. Cardboard box deliveries. If you remain still while underneath a cardboard box on an orange-colored delivery point in an outpost, you'll be transported to another delivery point. However, in order to specify a destination delivery point, you must first obtain the invoice located at that delivery point. Also note that the enemy will suspend cardboard box deliveries while they are alerted to your presence. Yeah, so I did not know about that like my entire first playthrough. Oops. Let's see.
Supplies requested.
Just a little bit of GMP.
Supply drop complete.
I don't think I've ever seen it do that. Yeah, that's what was interesting to me too, because I didn't know about the fast travel from Metal Gear Solid until fairly recently, like the last year or so. I didn't learn about that. See that? I have a suppressor. That's what I wish we could do in Peace Walker. I was disappointed when it didn't work. It sure would be good in Peace Walker. Stuck him. Keep moving. Alright, anyone gonna spot me from there? I don't think so. You... See, he slipped away a little bit. I hope he comes this way. Yeah, good. Nope. I wouldn't have even needed reflex for that. Okay, this guy's gonna come outside. Yeah, they're coming outside.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So we're gonna get over this way and start popping them when they come out. No? Got him. You. There we go. I have no idea what's even happening, do they? I gotta be careful with these windows. I can't see anyone right now, but definitely someone in there. I think that's the guy we're after too. Come on, guys. I want that one to come. Yeah, good, good. I think I need to go around. I could probably crawl under. Kids in America up in here. Yeah, so he doesn't see me right now. You coming out? Nah, see, he doesn't want to come out because he's the big commander dude. Nope. Oh my god, I can't hit him through the dome. Animation.
So your suppressor is worn
It's
out.
fine.
That gun will be as loud as any other. That's the target. Looks like we found him.
Post captured.
We're gonna get that song. YouTube's gonna love this. Worried about the guy up there. He's been out for a while. And
Secure it. I'll tell the client we sent the target to a place outside of heaven. Boss, your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
I don't know if there's anyone else that'll see me. Is that not it? It's downstairs. Yeah, I didn't want to waste time. I wanted to get that guy out. So I know I'm not done exploring downstairs. Alright, we might be good. Crawl out a little slow. Is that a guy? No. Thought there was a guy manning it. That's the target. Yeet! Yo, you wanna see how much of a baller Big Boss is? carry a dude and do that. See if you can land and just keep moving. He's got the knees of a god.
You gotta extract him.
Power superior pan. Oh, jeans. I got you. Love it. Minor metal. So we could also do this. I've talked about it a little bit. Oh. Comms equipment.
So a sandstorm's come in.
Sure has.
Sandstorms effectively make you blind and deaf. But that goes for the enemy too. Use the situation to your advantage.
Alright, so we collected the tape. YouTube's not mad anymore. I don't know what all the objectives are, per se. And I don't really want to look them up. So I'm going to go back here and try something just in case it's an objective. Anyone hear that? Dude, break. Actually, we have C4. I'm stupid. C4. Right and E. Right mouse button and E. See that? Boom. Alright, so our objective now is just to get out of here. So we'll get D-Horse. And basically, if we look at the map, that's the mission zone, basically. Also, this Shago Village, there might or might not be an objective there for, like, optional stuff. See, there's another one of these. Do I want to deal with it? Kind of.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Doesn't really hurt. If it is an optional objective to destroy all of them. I don't know, there's probably more that I haven't seen, though. And there's that... You know what, we're gonna do it. Oops. I don't know if I'm safe to just bum rush in there. Maybe with the sandstorm, but there might still be like one more dude hanging out. I don't know if I heard it tell me that I captured the place. I want to get that stuff too. I didn't really walk out here. I did that intentionally, I love it. We could also grenade these things too, but C4's fun. Oh, is it actually going to let me do that? Oh, no, we can't. But if you notice, the Fulton icon appeared there. Hint, hint. Trying to remember who I was watching, but they messed up with the D designation.
Let the support unit help out if you need to restock. Transmit a request from your iDroid and I'll send supplies right away.
And they referred to D-Horse as Dog Horse. So we were looking that way where D-Horse is at, so he actually has to take his time to get here. If you look away, he'll just kind of appear right next to you. He kind of cheats.
You destroyed their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance.
Diamonds.
The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost.
Nah, we're just gonna ride out of here. Hope to get the bond up a little bit. How close are we? Oh, we're good. Perfect.
Alright, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Perfect. Not gonna be the best rank because I took my time. Battle dress. Love it.
Mission complete. Great work.
Yeah, like, those credits aren't really a big deal because it was just like, hey, go capture the Spetsnaz Commando. And then it says starring Spetsnaz Commando. It's not a big deal. But other missions do be spoiling stuff. And the problem is you won't know which ones, right? Like, there will be missions where you think it's just some standard thing, and then there's a big twist or something that catches you off guard, but the credits will spoil it.
How you feeling, boss? Getting used to being in the field again? Having choppers and horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
Yeah, support helicopter. Volunteers. Elite soldier. Hell yeah. Silent Mastodon. So that was the one where at the start of the mission it said possible skills or whatever. It said gunman. Troublemaker. That's the other thing too. We resupply Fultons. So, you know, unlike Peace Walker where it's like you can only Fulton up to 100 people in a mission, but you can't really, at least where I was at, I couldn't resupply them. I know there were other types of Fultons, like a Fulton, you know, launcher or something, but I never was able to resupply them unless you just find them in the middle of the mission.
We need you to resolve. Objectives to be completed, and information gained from the soldiers and prisoners you've extracted. These aren't missions per se, but if you can take care of them when you're free, I'd appreciate it.
So let's get a resupply.
Supplies requested.
See, we're just out here. This is when it hits people like, yo, this is just straight up open world. Like, you can just walk around. You're not in a mission. That's exactly why I mentioned that in Peace Walker. Like, really cool systems and stuff at play. Too bad it's a PSP game where everything's just short missions. Oh, you can make it drop on D-Horse, but I feel too bad about it. I don't want to do that. That's just mean. He like falls over and stuff too. It's just mean. just absolutely rude. Alrighty. So where are we?
Development.
iDroid's help menu. Press escape to get help from the menu? That's bizarre.
Complete.
No, that just closes it. What are you talking about? Let's check development, buddy equipment.
Please specify project.
Get that battle dress for D-Horse. Western tack. Non-tactical. Perfect for imaginary travels through the Old West. Oh my god. I noticed some of those, like Parade. I saw that pop up as the things we could get now. I didn't realize what it was going to be. Hell yeah. Hell yes for the horse.
Specify project.
A speaker, you can play music over the chopper. A lot of people like that. Alright, weapons. What do we got?
Please specify project.
Capture cage. Wonder what that could be for. So it is animal capture cage. And it doesn't really say too much about it yet. But I'm not going to explain it if the game hasn't. But I know what it is. I have the save file that I backed up before starting this. It's 100%. I have 100% on this game, so believe me, I know. What's up, Jaeger?
Kaz, what about the unit that attacked us in the mist? You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the Zero line that day, the Afghan side, on our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us, that was the whole point. The job itself went great. We just had to make it back to a tribal area in Pakistan. But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave the strange report. He said he could see skulls in the mist.
Skulls?
The next moment, he went silent. We scrambled into formation, right before his arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I had Diamond Dog's very best with me. We were calling out to each other, but one by one, their voices just went dead. Whatever happened to me, I lost consciousness before I knew it. When I came to, I was in a Soviet camp, tied to an interrogation chair.
Could they be some new Spetsnaz unit?
No. The ones that interrogated me were just the average rank and file. Whatever group attacked us, the way they moved was just insane. And that mist, appearing out of nowhere. The Soviets don't have tech like that.
I mean, we saw it too,
If they did,
though.
Ocelot would have heard about it.
I doubt the West does either. Otherwise, the folks at Langley would be sleeping a lot easier.
Why'd they come after you?
Wish I knew. I'm the only one who survived. Though I don't think they planned it that way. If I was their target, they wouldn't have just handed me over to the 40th Army. Whatever the case, we need to watch our step until we know who they really are. And boss, if you ever do run into them again, don't try to take them on. You just get the hell out of there.
I just missed a call from my favorite caller. Potential
When I first
spam.
started dealing with Zero, with Cypher, it was a somewhat parasitic relationship. Though, a mutually beneficial one. Cypher had no army of their own, so they wanted us. They wanted our strength. They approached me as a potential business partner.
But they had other motives.
Cypher coaxed us into Central America, into that US-Soviet proxy war, to fuel Mother Base's growth.
Yep.
Once we were big enough, they'd force us to join them. That was the plan.
That's why they had Paz, still Zeke.
Right. And if we refused, she would use Zeke to fire a nuke from Mother Base. The world would consider us a liability, and countries would unite to destroy us.
We stopped the launch.
And yet they still took us down. Through that fake inspection they orchestrated to cover up their sabotage. That power Cypher wanted. We don't have it anymore. So why are they still after you? Is it just the fear of leaving you alive?
don't know. Was Zero really... All I know is the man I knew wouldn't want this.
What do you mean?
We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
We know virtually nothing about Cypher anymore. How big they've gotten, what they want, or even who they really are.
That's interesting.
The new Mother Base
The Zero I know.
was a test drilling rig operated by a mineral resources supplier, but their project fell through. The Seychelles government was happy to hand the place over to us. It was just scrap on stilts. So with a few dummy construction companies set up as fronts, we started renovating the half-finished rig. From the outside, it looked like the project was back on rails.
Kaz, you...
What?
I see what you're doing. Recreating the Mother Base we had 9 years ago. Only this time.
That's right. The Mother Base Cypher thought they destroyed will return from the grave to kill them. We'll prove to the world that we were the victors.
And if we lose again?
They can't fool us the same way twice. Now our enemies are in plain sight. And when our organization gets too big, we split it across companies. Any company that draws attention gets liquidated, and its capital is back-channeled into a new company. Most PFs are small-time operations anyway. And in this business, the minnows go bankrupt all the time. We've never aroused suspicion. Plus, we have Hewick.
Hewick?
Human Exploitation Company. It's a business specializing in intel gathering. Think of it as a civilian intelligence agency.
Kaz, that's...
Remember what they were trying to accomplish at the prison facility in Cuba? That gave me the idea. We dispatch moles into conflict zones around the world, and each sets up an intel network on site. Then they stay in place to give us stable points of contact when other nations intervene in the conflicts. Hewick's strength is that it has a cutout at each level. You get your job from one guy, then you hand it off to another. No one has direct access. It's a perfect black box. Hewick members also work their way into the superpowers intelligence agencies to make sure Diamond Dogs gets work. We have those countries by the balls. That's our deterrent when we need it.
Networking? In the intelligence community?
Sure, that's how we've grown this far. And when you go out on missions, intel from Hewick will be there to back you up. But despite all that, Cypher has its eyes on us. The only reason I'm not dead is that they needed to know where you were. Figured if you woke up, I'd go straight to you.
That's why you made that ruckus at the Zero line.
Yeah, to make their own surveillance work against them. I think it took some of the heat off Cyprus.
If that took heat off of
And
Cyprus.
I just had to wait for you to save me. And I've gotten used to waiting.
Kaz.
That's not all. It was a good chance to scout the market. And with the West wanting the Soviets out of Afghanistan, their agencies are bursting at the seams with funding. Boss, let's start by building up our Afghan presence.
Why put Mother Base in the Seychelles?
We're at the center of the world here.
We're all the way out in the Indian Ocean.
Come on. Lebanon, Sri Lanka, East Timor, and Africa. From here, our reach extends to conflict zones the world over, including Afghanistan, of course.
So it's prime real estate for a mercenary.
Exactly. Latin America isn't as close as I'd like, but we have Amanda and her people to help in that department. And besides, the Seychelles government owes us a favor.
Owes us?
The Seychelles has strong ties to the east, which the West wanted to shake up. It came to a head 3 years ago in an attempted coup. It was a force of South African mercenaries with U.S. backing behind the scenes. They were only platoon size, but South Africa is home to some heavy PFs, too much for the Seychelles to handle. In the end, they accepted help from the Tanzanian army and quelled the coup. We set up the deal and handled on-site tactical instruction. That led to some training work for the Seychelles military. And when we put down a mutiny within their forces, well, we made a lot of people happy. They don't pay us. They just let us have a piece of their offshore territory on the promise we'll come running if something else happens.
So we're bodyguards, too.
It's a good setup. We can only take Mother Base so far here. We'll have to find somewhere else when this place starts getting big.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Nothing hasty about it. You're back with us now.
So, Kaz, the ship that took us from Cyprus, it used to be a whaler.
Yeah, a Japanese vessel. How was the voyage?
It was... stimulating.
Well, she was part of a whaling fleet up until a few years ago. Her displacement isn't anything to write home about, but she can really move. She still had plenty of life left in her, but then the work dried up. Global opposition to whaling has been mounting for years.
Is that right?
The push to ban it has been gaining traction for a little over a decade. Individual species came under protection as the years went on. And then 2 years ago, the IWC adopted a moratorium on commercial whaling. Several countries, including Japan, fought it to the bitter end. But eventually, most whaling companies had no choice but to throw in the towel. You ever tried whale snake?
Can't say that I have.
When I was a kid in Japan, practically everybody ate it.
That good, huh?
The country was poor in those days, and whale was cheap. International opinions changed since then. In any case, that's why we were able to get a bargain price on the ship. Of course, we did end up spending 5 times the purchase price in modifications. We had to really work to fit in all the ESM and communications gear while keeping the whaler look intact. Right now, she's going around conducting SIGINT missions. In the future, we plan to use her as a communications relay base between you and Mother Base, and also as a chopper resupply vessel. Diamond dogs. The word diamond originally comes from the Greek adamas. It means indomitable, unyielding. Other words for the stones often mean eternal bond, fortitude, or purity. The same is true of the Star of Bethlehem flowers you laid on the boss's grave. They represent innocence, as well as chastity, yielding to no man while maintaining one's virtue. In other words, staying loyal to something.
In order words? Got a little subtitle issue there. Alright, some of that I thought was pretty important. Again, most of those were not marked as important, but I don't know, I felt like some of those were. Where are we? Spookmate Keep. It's not terribly far. Yeah, we're gonna go over there.
Marker placed.
We're gonna do a little bit more. Go a little bit over today because I like this game, and it feels like we only just got started. You know. Now, what I could do is I could call the chopper in for a relocation. Just seeing if we can go anywhere. No, I could call the chopper in to relocate us, or I could just go on foot because we are straight up in an open world. And go where we want. So I always like to go do things on foot. Use D-Horse. Or literally just run a couple kilometers. Doesn't bother me. Other people will be calling choppers in. Even on a good machine, I feel like the load times between like the chopper and going back into the environment are really slow. Alright, let's do this. Dude, I'm not even moving forward. He's just doing it on his own. Okay, I still can't see. We'll get a little bit of a glimpse. Just follow these tracks. Yeah, I'd probably like to take on the side ops real quick, and then maybe do one more mission. We'll see how long it takes, especially the way I'd be playing this. So as we sat there, notice just because we're in the iDroid, like time is still passing. The sun went down as we sat there, but I'm not doing anything. He just keeps running. Look how long it took him to stop on his own. Well, he hasn't actually stopped yet. There. This is why I say I do find D-Horse a little bit difficult to control sometimes. Oops. Can we remove that?
Marker removed. Marker placed.
Right, so we're gonna keep that little village there in mind. Maybe take a peek at it. Does this also lead around? It does. Let's go this way. It'll lead us to the village too, so no worries. We are booking it. It's not really a village, it's an outpost.
Say, boss, you seen many animals in the field? Truth is, an environmental NGO has asked us to remove wild animals from combat zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us.
And now the cages are explained. Basically, that's a whole mechanic where you have to capture like every animal in the game, and it's a real pain in the dick. That's part of getting 100%. And that's when I captured a lot of animals, but I never really used the cages on my 100% playthrough, and there's some things you can only get through cages. See that sheep right there. I'll leave him for now. I'm not really going for 100%, because I already have that playthrough. Maybe at some point I'll decide I want to just keep... fine. Hey. You little dildo. I don't know why I called him a dildo. We can always call for a resupply. Trying to figure out what song that is.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Yeah, that music kick in. It's like, all right, you getting up to an outpost now. Gotta be ready. He has a helmet. That's just a hat. This guy had an actual helmet, right? Actually, no, it's just a hat. Alright, let's pop him. And him. You saw nothing. Oh, we gotta try the Fulton launcher thing. Just fall asleep.
Guard post captured.
Gotta try this Fulton launcher. It says stun, but maybe it's... Let's see what it actually does. Because this is FBMRRL FLTN. I thought FLTN meant it was a Fulton launcher. But it says stun, it's not lethal. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's cool. It also clouds it so you don't get caught. Or so like people don't shoot it down. How far does it work? Does it have, what's the arc like? Could I have just captured that other dude from way in the distance?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I hear that vehicle.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I have to try it. That's incredible. I think it's all... I'm pretty sure there was always a Fulton launcher in the game. but I don't know why I have access to it this early. So it might have been an update, but I think there was different versions of the Fulton launcher. Oh no, I didn't actually get him. Oops, that's fine. Knock him out. Actually, I have one more. There we go. Oh, it didn't work. Whatever. It's still fun to play with. And yeah, that's... I never got to get it in Peace Walker. I've seen other people get it. But they were doing all the co-op stuff, so they were getting, like, better people. They were getting extra stuff because they were able to just kind of bum rush through things. Alright, you know what time it is?
Supplies requested.
Come here, dog horse. I still like dog horse. Let's get this one to go away.
Your destination. Supply drop complete.
But I'm running no mods this time. I mean, dude, if you get there, I didn't put you there. I'll still feel bad about it, but I didn't do it. You should be fine, though. Last time I mentioned before, I used Infinite Heaven. And you could do a lot with Infinite Heaven. What I did with it was I made the guards' sight and hearing like twice as good. I decreased their health, I decreased my health. So I made it much more hardcore, if you will. A lot more realistic. Kind of. I'm doing no mods this time. If I do anything, it'll probably just be the one to remove the credits, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Let's go get this interpreter. I'm hungry though, I need to eat something. Have time for my food to settle before I do cardio. I swear I heard something. Yep.
Wild dog pup. He's a tough little guy. Boss, this is no time to be playing with animals. What are you gonna do, boss?
Look at him! Yeah! No, come back, little buddy.
If you neutralize an enemy without killing him,
I'm not neutralizing this guy.
extract him. Once we've extracted a soldier, we should be able to convince him to join us.
Hey, buddy. I was looking for that little fella.
We'll pick him up.
Alright, we can, we're gonna go do this, we're gonna do this interpreter. We're gonna take care of that real quick. I want to stay focused on it. I thought he was gonna appear at that other area.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
Like back here is where I thought I was gonna see him, and I didn't see him there, so I was like, all right, we'll just keep going. Also, do we get a? No, we don't have briefings for these. They are just side ops. But we're here. I'm not gonna rely too much on the Fulton launcher. It's cool, but it's also it's a bit loud.
Last night
With your girlfriend.
with your girlfriend.
Это было неплохо.
Правда? И что это значит?
Я друг твоего приятеля.
Ого, это действительно полезно. Любые мелочи могут помочь в этой холодной войне, да?
Точно. Эти слова могут спасти твою жизнь.
Ха-ха, может быть. В следующий раз ты должен...
I like that. Hear him giving some English lesson or whatever. Let's get up this way. Alright, it stuck him. I know, it looks like there's something out here, doesn't it? Whatever could it be? So I think the dude's inside. This might draw him out.
Attach the Fulton recovery device to him.
Is that him?
The chopper will then pick him up. The Fulton extraction success rate depends on factors like the individual's health and the weather.
Oh, I hear a door.
You gotta extract him.
I heard a door.
That's the target.
Yeah. Let's see if we get a capture. You're not seeing shit, dude. That flashlight up. Who's the last guy? Someone inside? Do you think he would have spotted him? I wonder, they could be asleep inside.
Black carrot. It's something of an ancestor to the domestic carrot. It's also a favorite of wild animals.
That's not a diamond. There's the diamond.
Those are raw diamonds. Collecting them as assets will raise our GMP.
Ugh. Oh, by the way, when I extracted that guy earlier, the leader guy for that mission, I took him outside because, unlike Peace Walker, you can't extract people from inside.
The language specialist you extracted has been very cooperative. Says he's always dreamed of living a free life, like folks in the West. What are the odds, huh? I've gone ahead and placed him in the support unit. His job is Russian interpretation. Now you'll know what Soviet soldiers are saying. You can even interrogate them. Should give you an edge in the mission.
But recall that Peace Walker didn't even let you move bodies, so it kind of made sense in a weird way. Like, if you're not going to let us move bodies, then that would just be overly obnoxious. I mean, yeah, we had to chase down Doorknob 7 times, but that would be overly obnoxious to figure out, or to, like, I have to make sure I knock them out where I can extract them. That's just a bit too much. We're not going to go over there. Let's just go ahead and call in a chopper.
Roger. Requested.
I was trying to get rid of that hand. Look how long the chopper takes. There it is.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Hurry up and let me in. Alright, where's Dog Horse? Yeah, there he goes. I wish I remember who that was that said that. It was just funny.
Buddy departing area of operations.
I did this for a reason, though. Let's see.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
So sometimes things happen where when you go back, a scene will happen. Sometimes you're like forced into it a little bit. And we could have done this a little bit ago, but I wanted to extract that interpreter first, since we're already close.
Didi, come back!
Vince.
Here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though.
He'll get bigger?
Uh-huh. Like this. You know, I can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. With a little polish, I say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
Didi, right? Oslet raising hounds. Fine.
I love him.
Come on, Didi.
He's the best. You should do yourself a favor and look up a YouTube video called Ocelot Raising Ocelots. They did an Ocelot Didi model swap. So he's holding up like this jacked up Ocelot model. It's amazing. I think there's another one where they use Miller. He looks so messed up. It's hilarious though. One thing we can do is you can actually use this. Temporary shower unit. It got rid of all the blood and stuff on us. And if you spend like time in a dumpster... Oh, by the way, if I call the chopper back right now, you'd see that actual chopper turn around and adjust its course. If we wait until it disappears, it'll just spawn in, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, if you spend time in like the dumpster, you'll get all like flies and stuff around you. You can use fast travel here as well, once the place is bigger. Pretty cool stuff. Alright, iDroid time.
Thank you for making me a diamond dog. I look forward to serving on you.
Please.
His hand is like shiny, like it's still wet. So I just don't meet requirements for basically anything. Got it.
Please specify a project.
I thought I did these. Oh, no, I already have them. It's a, yeah, okay.
Please specify a project.
So see, this is reduced dispatch time. So the more we do this research, the faster it'll deploy, because you just saw how slow it was. So, I mean, this game gets really into the whole, like, unlockable side of things. Oh my god.
Roger.
Let's go do, like, one more thing or something. Maybe two. I gotta see where the missions and stuff are at. I think C2W is next. That one's alright. Doesn't take terribly long. Actually, I think C2W is near Spoogme Keep, where we just were. Near-ish. Near is relative. It might still be half a kilometer or more. This is one of the other reasons I don't like using the chopper as much, because that right there is what happens every time you get in the chopper. You just wait for like however long, I don't know, it's like 15, 20 seconds. You have to wait for it to get to this point before you can, then you like pick to load.
You turn the chopper into your own aerial command center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
Look at these pictures. But then you like pick the mission and then you load into the area. And I know it still may be technically quicker than like traveling a couple kilometers or something. But I don't like waiting on the loading. Daily bonus. Rewards. We have mother base coins. Yeah, things are unlocking. So, this is one of the other things that makes this game tough to stream. There are daily things like that, which are not the biggest deal, but a lot of people, I've watched a lot of playthroughs, and I've watched some of them that are like streamers, and a lot of them like to say, I'm just gonna go, like, I'm gonna do the side ops off stream, and then every single time someone does that, see, what's not been made clear yet is that as we do things like that, even though a side op may not seem important, eventually it may trigger some scene, and it may not be the most important scene ever, but like every single playthrough I've watched that tries to do that, they're always like, oh, I missed this scene because it triggered when I did side ops, you know. Or, I mean, I've seen some of them.
Please select a mission.
Like, let's see. We don't have any examples yet, but there are side ops that show up yellow, and they're like, oh, so as long as it's not a yellow side op, we can do it, right? Every single time they end up doing non-yellow side ops and stumble into something that's more important, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. And then they do it again. It's like they do it multiple times through the playthrough, and it's like, why didn't you learn? Why didn't you learn? So I'm gonna do everything on stream.
Please select a mission.
That way it's not like, oh yeah, this cool scene, you just don't get to see it now. And there's some very bizarre triggers in this game. That's, yeah, see, it's right by Spoogme Keep. That's where we're gonna land, at least. There's some bizarre triggers. I'm not gonna spoil what they are and stuff, and what they do, obviously, because we'll try to get as many scenes as I can. Okay, so we could do... We'll do this one here. And then I'll do C2W after that. Yeah.
Please select a landing.
So we'll just land right next to it, I guess. It feels very close. I hope we don't get shot. It says low danger. Yeah, I do personally get tired of seeing people do that. It doesn't make it an enjoyable, like, watch for me to watch, you know, someone just be like, I'm gonna do all this optional content off stream, but it keeps triggering scenes and important content, whatever that, you know, important may be relative, but it keeps triggering stuff over and over, and I keep doing it anyway. I don't like watching that. It's like, once you see it happen once, it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be doing that anymore. Oh, that's perfect. I always like going ASAP. It's really tempting for me to just always pick 1800. But I kind of prefer to just do ASAP and like let the natural cycles happen more often. What's interesting is when we're sitting in the ACC, the time is still changing. So before I mentioned, oh, I see diamonds. I gotta remember to get those. I mentioned that it might be nice to turn off the iDroid while I'm doing some things, and that was what I was referring to. Is basically not have the iDroid talking about random stuff while we're listening to cassettes. Alright, let's just mark this. We do have the interpreter now, so we should be able to do things a little bit differently. Oh, he's still going.
Marker placed.
Now I can't remove it. I didn't know you could do that. I hate that I can't remove it. Actually, we can in here though. Dude, he's still up there.
Marker placed.
The draw distance, if you will, I don't think it's real draw distance. Because I don't think you would see this for other entities in the game, but the way they do it for things like this chopper, it's really cool, really impressive. Where's this vehicle? I didn't get to scan everything here yet, but the vehicle is coming in to shake things up. I want to get eyes on him, but I don't think I can. Nope, just go out. Okay, we are in.
Security forces must know something about the targets. After you grab or hold up an enemy, try interrogating them.
Maybe. But first, let's get a viewpoint. Got a dude up top. Where is everybody? There's one. I feel like I hear footsteps or something. Alright, that thing's leaving. Would have been nice to neutralize it, but... don't know why that jump was necessary, but it gave me the prompt, so I did it. Alrighty, so I'm gonna use that generator as bait. This might also serve as bait. They don't seem to be doing anything.
You gonna extract him?
Yeah, I am. They didn't do anything, so no one saw it or heard it. As loud as that sounds with the scream, if they're knocked out, they don't actually make noise, technically. Like, they don't alert anybody from the sound. It's kind of weird.
Either destroy that or turn it off to shut off all the lights and surveillance cameras in the outpost. But of course, the enemy will realize something's up. If you're gonna do it, be quick.
See, I like this. Use it as bait. So, yeah, there's the guy. Funny thing is, I can do this a bunch. Just enough time to make his call. Now, he's not going to report back in, so someone else might actually come to check this out. Hear that? Might be a sheep or something. Something's walking, I swear I hear it. Might be birds flapping. Alright, they're not gonna send anyone. I'm good. Let's go. Let's sneak up on this guy and hold him up. Actually, first, let's check this out.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Puts me closer. Turned out to be nothing for now. I don't think that guy's really been moving, has he? Should be easy to sneak up on. Wormwood, make some absinthe.
Wormwood, also known as absinthium. That's used to make your phantom cigars.
Okay. Absinthe? Absinthium? Almost as if there's a connection. Going nice and slow.
Hands up.
Get down.
On the ground. Spit it out.
There we are.
The map has been updated.
However, there is one problem now. Oh, I actually can't Fulton him. Can we? No, we can't get any info on him.
A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you.
So, blueprint? Yeah.
Marker placed.
Right over there. Need to wait for him to get knocked out. See, I like holding him up, but I'd kind of rather Fulton him. But he's under that. I could have actually tried. I should have done it. I'm not gonna put him back there to do it now, but he'll go up, he'll hit the ceiling, and the balloon will pop, and he'll fall back down. I think it'll stun them if they're awake.
You gotta extract him.
This is like right where I was hanging out earlier. Isn't it? Gotta be cautious. If the blueprint's here, then they may have put extra people around here. See diamonds.
Arrived at your destination. Side op complete.
Material.
List
It could be
updated.
just what we need to develop new weapons and equipment.
Mother base. Development project.
Let's see. Blueprints required for the development of certain weapons and items. They can be found in places such as outpost buildings and guard posts and can be obtained as rewards for completing dispatch missions. Dispatch missions? You mean like outer ops? You mean like Peace Walker? So, if it hasn't become apparent, I don't mean like having a kid. If it's not obvious, in a lot of ways, this game is basically Peace Walker but better. The gameplay is so much better. Peace Walker, it was a PSP game. Like, credit where credit is due, right? But it was a PSP game. There's only so much you can do on that. This game is just Peace Walker on steroids in a lot of ways. Making sure there's no one over here to get mad at me. Alright, let's do C2W. So the other cool thing is we want to do a mission. We could do it like this.
Please select a mission.
Boss, information warfare is more than just intel gathering.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Did you really have to do that? Come on.
Boss, information warfare is more than just intel gathering. It also means disrupting enemy communications. Your mission is to punch a hole in the comms network between the Soviet
Vehicles on the way back.
That'll cut off their means to call in reinforcements. Technically, we were given this mission by a Western-backed Arab organization supporting the guerrillas. But it'll also give us a leg up in the future. Take a look at the location of the Eastern Communications Post on your iDroid. Head there and destroy its comms equipment. He who controls information controls operations. Just look at Cypher. Good luck, boss.
If we take it, since we're already in the zone, we'll immediately start it. Right? Thought we would. Never mind, I'm wrong. Yeah, I was like, we gotta get out of there. Or they spot me. I don't care enough to get those guys. I just really like that we can start a new mission from the field. Like, it really makes the whole experience more consistent, in my opinion. It's like a living world. Now, if you want to be critical, there's also a lot of open space here, which there kind of needs to be. Like, it defeats the purpose. It's still a small-ish map, but if you want to have vehicles and stuff, you need to have room between things. You need to justify having vehicles, having the horse, you know. Not every square inch. I'm kind of opposed to the idea of, like, every square inch of a game has to be meaningful. I've heard complaints about that with Elder Scrolls games and some of those, like, you watch those retrospectives or those reviews that are like 6 hours long, and they're like, they talk a little bit about that. I'm actually more of the opinion that there should be more empty space in games a lot of the times. Like, I think there should be a lot to do in games, but is to be realistic. The way they do the animals on this game are pretty realistic, where you don't just see animals like every square inch of the map, right? And if you go out into actual, like, wilderness or whatever, you're not going to see animals every square inch, right? You'll see some deer occasionally, but it's not like there's tens of thousands of deer, like, scattered all over the place, right? So I like the way they did that here. It feels more realistic. So if you take a mission from the field, this is how it does it. Once again, I know it's tempting, but don't look at the credits if you don't want to potentially spoil things. See that one, starring Punish Venom Snake.
You need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Yeah, so I'm gonna not point out things like that, but yeah, the first one's usually always gonna say Punish Venom Snake. I think it probably always will. And that's like, whatever, we don't care about that, but it'll tell you like all the important characters in the mission. So it's really great, like, if you haven't met a character yet, but the mission tells you, hey, this person's here. Credits. I kind of want to do it. Basically, if I just toss some smoke out, it should cause him to get out of the vehicle. Or not. I went a bit too late. That's fine. I threw it right on their path, but I was a bit late. Is that a dude? No. So, I mean, we saw him earlier. Dudes will go out and patrol. You gotta watch out for that. By the way, when I played Ground Zeroes yesterday, the controls, there was some weird stuff. I haven't had any issues today on this. And everything just feels smoother on this game. But I never remember having any problem with Ground Zeroes in the past. I'm not sure why it was so strange yesterday. I was about to say, I know there's another dude. There might even be a couple more.
Guard post
Nope.
captured.
That's how you know. I like that the game will tell you that. It's not realistic, but I like it. Actually, it could be though. Well, we'll get into that. It could make sense in some circumstances.
Extraction failed.
Oh, oops. Hey, 90% is only 90%, right? Did they both fail? I mean, there's nothing I can do about that at this point. You can make the percentage better, though. But I don't have that yet.
Extraction arrived at Metabase.
Just like everything else, there might be multiple options here. And I do happen to know of a optional route to take. It's a little more interesting. Let's see if I can pull it off. No. Where is it? Where am I going? Just jump up, bro. Oh, they might actually have some scouts out here. I think I remember that being a thing on this mission. Alright, I might not... Oh, we got a storm. That would be perfect if you waited till I got up there. That would mask my infiltration quite effectively. But where are we? Dude, there is a way to get up there, I know. Ah, here we are.
That crack would make a good foothold. You can use crack climbing to make your way up.
Climb up that ass crack. Just do it.
Extraction arrived at
Think I'm letting them get me? Hell no. 30%.
arrived at your destination.
We're gonna wait. The storm is technically still clearing.
The type of medicinal plant. It contains trace amounts of a benzodiazepine derivative that's the active ingredient in pentazemin.
Please work. Yeah, so those wolves will attack you. You could fight them. You could, you get like a quick time event. Alrighty, here we are.
You made it. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
So we're gonna have to call in a supply drop at some point as well. No? Did I hit that cable there? It's a little... Yeah, I think I hit that. Because I heard a metal sound on that first trank. stick him? Yeah. Come on. They are freaking out, aren't they? Suppressor. Yep, there it
So your
goes.
suppressor is worn out. That gun will be as loud as any other now. If you have to shoot, be careful.
Tough. I'd rather call in a supply drop. Oops.
Supplies requested.
But I sure would like to pop that guy before he wakes him up. There's the patrol I was talking about. Yeah, they're just all gonna wake up.
Supply drop complete.
They're freaking out down there. They know something's wrong. Dude, they take so long. What do you mean signs of enemy activity? What are you talking about? Dude, I can't tell who I hit now. Oh, I see more. Alright. How did I hit that guy? There we go. I'm so lost right now. I'm doing terrible. Okay, yeah, somehow I'm missing all these easy shots. That's on me. That's user error.
Supplies requested.
Alright, he should be good.
Supply drop complete.
He's not okay. Damn it. This is rough. Alright, that should have got him. Yeah. Okay. Made some progress on all these guys now. I think that guy's coming over here to get me. Oh, someone woke that guy up. There's someone I haven't seen. Yep. There we go. You didn't see anything. Okay. Mass Fulton. I swear I got that guy. And that guy. Yeah. Oops.
Supplies requested.
Where'd that last guy go that ran off? I think he's... Outpost captured, okay. I thought he was going to circle around where I was up there.
Roger that.
I think they can do that. Oh. There it is. Alright, we got a lot of stuff to destroy. Oh, we're gonna capture dudes real quick. Who is this? When did you go way out here? I didn't have visibility on this, so... The route he took was interesting.
Leave the rest to us.
I don't want to waste a Fulton right now. Otherwise I'd do it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Said outpost captured. I'm working under the assumption that I'm safe right now.
You gonna extract him?
Sure am. Alrighty, let's have a little fun here.
Leave the rest to us. Thinking of using C4? It's an explosive.
He just stopped.
Right, now get to a safe distance before you set it off. To detonate it, hold the ready button and then press the action button.
Yeah, but I already used some. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Get out. I don't want to be stanking.
That antenna is one of the targets. There should be more. Keep looking.
Damn right, there should be more. Oh, we got a good poster in here. Yo, what's up? At least I kept you waiting, huh?
That radio transmitter is used to relay messages between outposts. Take it out and the mission's complete.
Yeah, but we're doing everything. Probably need to call in another supply drop of C4 just to get some C4. You do get GMP back, which is nice. I don't think you get everything back. It was the same way in Peace Walker, though. You'd get some GMP refunded for excess. They'd send it back to Mother Base.
That's another one of the targets. Do you see any more?
That one. If I really want, I could just do this. No, don't.
That looks like the target.
Why?
All the antennas are now. Take out all three of them. How you do it is your call.
There.
We have the locations of all the targets. Destroy. Good. That's the first one. Destroy the remaining antennas. Good work. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
No. I missed something else.
Mission info has been updated.
Is that enough? Yep.
You destroyed their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets, but that's put a hole in their air surveillance. The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost.
Who needs choppers? Alrighty. Let us take a look around. Which way do I want to go? That's valid. Just go that way. Can't you turn the lights off? G. No. R. Q.
Extraction
Oh, I know what E is. It's just when you're trying to figure out controls, you just press buttons.
Development project has been added.
F is first person. Oh, C lets, okay. X. C lets you duck down so you can hide in the vehicle.
Exfiltrated.
Perfect.
No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
So we captured a vehicle by taking that out. That's part of why I did that.
Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
That's not a good rating. That's an A, it's okay. Destroyed the transmitter at the Eastern Communications Post. I mean, we still got... We made a lot more than we spent. That's all that matters to me. Starring all the people that it spoiled at the beginning. So much fun, though. I think we're still in the vehicle, but I think we did formally capture it. Ooh.
Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
Ooh, Glacier Tiger, you kind of suck. You're rank E. You don't have to worry nearly as much about people's ranks on this game as you do in Peace Walker, though.
Boss, we've received a back channel request from Langley. We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now.
Oops, I keep hitting the wrong one.
For the details.
Alrighty, so let's check development.
Please specify a project.
I thought we already did this. Oh, we haven't equipped it. Right. Okay, nothing else seems to be ready. I don't know why it says 1. We don't have anything there.
Please specify a project.
I think it's probably because there's something I haven't explicitly looked at.
Specify a project.
Yeah, it was that. Even though I can't research it, that was lighting it up.
Momentarily. Please specify a project.
Yes. Better trank. So, let's see. The range. Okay. That might also be why I'm not aiming as well with it in some cases. No, because we're about to stop. I don't need a supply drop. Oh, no.
Please select a drop point. Please specify a project.
Better int scope. So now, see, max analyzable rank B. So it's just like the int scope thing in okay, that's fine. It's just like the one in Peace Walker. Now we have a speaker function, and that's interesting because like what would that be for? Well, there's reasons. Cargo extraction. Let's actually do that for reasons.
Supplies requested.
Oh, construct more platforms. Am I gonna get hit by this while I'm stuck in a tutorial now? Let's see. 2 hours.
Platform
You'll
construction.
be notified once it's complete.
Commencing platform construction. Commencing platform. Commencing.
Burn that
platform
GMP.
construction.
I want to complete these other ones before it slams me.
Supply drop complete.
Come on. Come on, go. Oh no, we have plenty of time. Oh, see how it has our logo now. So I did this for a reason, because I wanted to do this while we're here, so I could show it. And because this place should be empty, I don't think it would have respawned anyone. We'll double check, just be a little bit safe. But the world's a little persistent, so we destroyed all this stuff. It actually takes them time to repair it now. They don't just automatically have everything back. I see another poster. Oh, prisoner okay, maybe they do if there's a prisoner. That's the one exception, is if there's like a side op happening. I think it can reset some things. We'll just do it, we're here. So the thing I wanted to show... Oh, whoops. The E popped up and it threw me off. The thing I wanted to show is this, the cargo extraction. Oh wait, oh there it is, yeah. Wait, no, 0%. Never mind, we can't do it yet. That's for something else then. Or it didn't upgrade. Yeah, if you do notice though, this thing is still destroyed. These things are still destroyed. So they pretty much can't radio out of here right now. If I did get spotted into a full combat alert, nobody else would be able to know unless they could hear it. Damn it. There's a couple dudes. Where'd that one go? Just free people. No complaints from me. Got him. There's one. Got him. It makes that sound when it sticks. Like it makes a specific sound that you can tell. He noticed, but it's too late. He's gonna fall asleep. Yep. Outpost is not captured yet. So we're not in the green zone.
He's coming too. Roger that.
If it's a prisoner extraction, then they'll be inside, and they may have a guard stationed near them. That might be who's remaining.
Subject on board.
Oh, would this be cargo? Yeah, we can now extract like the mortar. Look at that. That's what the cargo extraction was for. Because I don't think we could do that before. I looked at a gun somewhere during that other mission where we extracted the commander or whatever. And it didn't seem to let me do it. But we can also get these containers. Uh-oh. Let's just double tap him. I don't want him to have a chance to wake people up. I hope that was the guy that made the noise. 90%. Otherwise, a bunch of people are about to start waking up. Yeah, somebody help me.
He's coming too. Roger that. That's the target.
The hell? Oh, he's sleeping. Put him to sleep for real. He might be sleeping, but I want him to fall, like, on the ground where I could drag him and stuff. Peek in there. He just made all kinds of noise. Still not safe. Might be someone in there.
You gotta extract him.
They didn't see this guy. They might hear him through the wall. They don't hear the scream itself, but they'll notice the Fulton.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Don't make too much noise. Son of a bitch. Okay. Can't extract anyone now. You know, I'll call in a supply. Surprisingly, I don't think supply drops are affected by the weather. Might as well get a new suppressor, get some more Fultons, all that good stuff.
Supply drop complete.
Yeah, dude, we got you. You good, man? Scott thought he was special with his shield. Did it fall over the edge? Can't see from this angle. So if you watch, it seems like the storm is clear, but still 30%. It takes a lot longer than you think for it to change. I think it will change in real time if we, yeah, 90%. I don't like that it's not 100. Because we could fail on the prisoner. His shield totally did. That's great. Yeah, because we could pick it up. It's a thing.
You gotta extract him.
It's a thing. Yeah, the cloudiness doesn't help. That's why it's 90. We just YOLO it. sorry if you lose the coin toss. It's not really a coin toss. It's 90%, bro. Yay!
Side-ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Arrived at Mother Base.
I think there might be dudes over there. I think they might be considered part of this place. That's why it wasn't captured. Although I'm not seeing anybody. Oh, there we are.
Extraction failed.
No headshot. I just realized though that one failed. That sucks. Not much I can do about that. We just extract and hope for the best for now. Because I'm not going to wait for the weather to, you know, become perfectly clear just to extract people.
Outpost captured.
There we are. Alright. Let's extract this man. Let's get to the chopper. So, there's a couple things to note about how the chopper works. We could just go, we could press escape and go return to ACC. Right there. That's what a lot of people like to do. I don't trust that, I don't like that. I think it's safe to do, but I feel like it's gonna lose progress. I don't trust it. I'd rather just call the chopper and, you know, take care of things. Get out of here on our own, you know. I don't think we can extract this, can we?
Extraction failed.
It's great, isn't it? What about you? Nope. I know I'm wasting GMP technically. Actually, I think once you've got them, it's not going to cost you anything additional, I don't think. Like, I think once we go out on the next mission, it's still the full cost of a new set of Fultons, I think. I might be wrong, but it's just one. It's like 2 Fultons I waste. It's not a big deal. Thought that was a dude. That. Yeah. Screen shake got real bad. I was trying to point it out, but screen shake got too bad. Who said damn it? Someone spot the chopper? This is fun to do. Can't capture it, might as well make sure they don't use it.
Arrived at Mother Base.
Yeah, we got a mortar. Why not?
Side ops list
Boss, as requested, we've added an analyzer function to your binoculars. Now you can view soldiers or POWs and get a readout on their rank or any special skills they might have. Depending on their skills, they may even be able to develop new types of weapons or items. Try it out the next time you're thinking of Fultoning someone.
Chico and Amanda, Strangelove, Huey, none of that is yellow. But Private Forces is yellow. We haven't heard what Private Forces is going to be, but the way they decide, that's so strange to me. Important characters from the last game are not considered critical enough to be a yellow tape? I don't know. Whatever. Alright, so we just went back here, so everything should be saved. We should be in a good... Oh, no. Test your skills with a range of tasks. Achieving the tasks set for you in the challenge task list will reward you with GMP resources and volunteers. You'll find some you can complete straight away, while others will take more time. Pick and choose the best tasks to try based on your in-game progress. It can only be completed while online. Achieve tasks and receive your rewards. Start by checking which ones are available. Choose some to achieve. Once achieved, the task will be marked with a different icon. Align the cursor with the completed task and press space to accept your reward. Also, switching between tabs allows you to filter the list to display unachieved tasks or achieved tasks with the rewards as yet unaccepted. Currently available online challenge tasks have been updated. Additionally, your completion of online challenge tasks before the update will be discarded. Oh. Interesting, okay. Alrighty, what do we get? So some A soldiers, some fuel, some GMP, some A soldiers, H rocket, a lot of A++ dudes, more GMP, maximum item capacity. I have too much GMP. Well, that's not a problem, we can take care of that. All kinds of vehicles. This FOB stuff, yeah, I deleted 3 Phantom Pain files, and it's still, I have all this stuff because of, like, persistent save data, online stuff, whatever. Whatever, I don't mind, I'll take it. It's just gonna be less grinding. It does make things a little bit easier, but I'll take it. Alright, we're gonna be here for a few minutes. I feel like I was in the middle of a thought a few minutes ago and I got distracted by that. So I don't even think it was the cassette tape thing. Actually, I'm gonna go back to Mother Base after this. The hell? Oh, it's storming. Holy shit. I gotta look out the window, hold up. It's hailing ugly, like it's loud. Oh dude, it's lighting up the microphone. You can hear that? Dude, it's looking nasty outside. All right, that's crazy. I just looked out, and people are like running to get to their cars on the street to bring them into the garage. Oh man, it got nasty quick. I forgot about that. I had heard earlier that there were, you know, tornadic weather was going to be in store for today, and I completely forgot about it. But you get used to it here, you know. Tornadic weather happens all the time. It has been a minute, Tusk, since I've had a hydrate, but unfortunately, I'm empty. I'm about to eat right after I end this here in a few minutes. If you don't mind, I'll just take that off stream, I promise. I just finished this water a few minutes ago, I think. Yeah, I could hear that hail hitting like through the headphones too. That's why, like, I just heard a loud bang, and I was like, what the hell was that? I thought something happened outside, you know. We are going to be here for a minute, though.
Development project has been added.
So the thing is, I'm going to spend all this money developing and then go get a bunch more free money. It's going to be amazing. Decoy, hand grenade. Unable to develop. No, oh, why? I hate that. I forgot about that. We got a better sneaking suit. Better Fulton. Yeah, I would much rather have that than some of this other stuff. Well, damn. Now I don't get to have the other stuff developed.
Please specify a project.
I forgot that was a thing. Sucks. Can we do this? We can. These don't count as the same development. Man, I gotta sneeze. Alright, let's customize some stuff real quick. Let's burn a little bit of time. I don't know if I'm gonna burn 15 minutes, but we could take the better version here with reduced dispatch time. We could put the H rocket on, the hentai rocket, put some flares on it. Apply that customization. What else? Base facility? No, we're good on that. Resources. So here's another thing, because I pulled some stuff in, I have all this precious metal. You can make some hella GMP from precious metal by just selling it. So like, selling one thing of precious metal gives you 1,000, but I could do that's more than it'll let me do, right? So we got easy GMP, which is just gonna really reduce the grinding for the game, so I'm okay with that. It can be pretty grindy if you try to do everything. Like, getting 100% is a little bit rough. Let's see. Extracted a wild ass. Alrighty. Research is nowhere near done. It's probably still like 9 minutes in the best case here. 12, yeah, I was like, in best case. I didn't feel like it'd been long enough. What sucks about it, I'll have to remember next time to start with research, because then I'm gonna go in and we're gonna listen to tapes to start off the next session. So that'll let some of this research, like the Fulton, that'll allow that to finish. I think I hear the siren. Oh yeah, they're playing. The tornado sirens are going off. It's like after all the hail stopped and everything. It's like we're gonna put tornado sirens now. I mean, it doesn't mean there still can't be one. I'm just saying it feels a little late. Alrighty. Well, I guess we're good here. I'm gonna head to Mother Base. Yeah, return to Mother Base.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
I like to do that to make sure, like, I feel like everything saves. I don't know, I've had cases on this game where I do things and then I feel like, it's like, oh, things didn't save, you know? It's this checkpoint, so we should be good. Saving. So now I should just be able to exit out of the game after I end the stream here. And we shouldn't lose any, because I don't want to redo all that development, you know. But I guess I will do an outro now, so Thank you to anyone who showed up, whether you are lurking or chatting. I appreciate it. If you are new, you like Metal Gear Solid, I'm going to be going through this whole game. I've been doing the whole series. You know, this is where it's going to all wrap up. So it's been a long project here. Right now, these are my only streams. I'm doing them Saturday and Sunday at about 10 Central. There's some ebb and flow if I got things going on or whatever, but I will be back on Saturday. Yeah, look who's here. Dee Dee's here.
Welcome back, boss.
That's a knockout button. I'm not hitting that. Dee Dee kicks ass.
Analysis complete.
Thank you for letting me join Diamond Dog.
Come here, boy.
I'll give you everything I've got.
Tornado sirens are still going out there. I love him. He's great.
Whatever supplies you need.
All right. Spitting iguana. All right. As I was saying, I will be doing these on Saturday and Sunday about 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Central. So I will be back on Saturday. I would die for him too. He's great. And we'll pick up right back from here, basically. Continuing on with the missions, the side ops, just doing all that good stuff. Seeing what this game has in store for us is going to be a good time. I love this game. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, this is what made me replay all of the franchise, was so I could replay this. So it's been months in the making, so I'm really excited. Look at him. Oh my god. Look at him. So if you are new here though and you like that, hit that follow button. If you're watching this in the future on YouTube, congrats on being in the future. Like, subscribe, notification bell, leave a comment. I do read and respond to comments. And yeah, enough of me stalling. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta do that hydrate afterward. Oh, I like that emote. I like that emote. Until next time, have a good day. Have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61.